AI Horizons guests. Our program will begin in 10 minutes. Please take your seats.
I'm gonna take this off. Yeah, we can still take it.
Wonderful, thank you.
You end up sitting in one of the chairs. There's a
Yeah.
handheld. Put it to the side. Leave it.
Okay, awesome. Great.
AI Horizons guests. Our program will begin in 5 minutes. Please, take your seats. AI Horizons guests. Our program is about to begin. As a brief safety announcement, in the event of an emergency, please follow the overhead exit signs to your nearest stairwell, located at the east and west sides of the building. We now ask that you please silence your cell phones. AI Horizons guests, please take your seats. Our program will begin in 2 minutes.
The AI economy isn't built on thin air or glowing blue pixels. It runs on power, on infrastructure, on reliable data, and most importantly, on people. A culture where research collides with risk-taking and relentless innovation. And in Pittsburgh, that full stack is in our DNA. We carry a legacy where grit meets energy. From the first sparks of steel to the steady pulse of nuclear, to the all-time high demand of natural gas. Why here? Because Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania offers what others can't: direct access to the toughest real-world problems in energy, healthcare, manufacturing, and defense. Problems worth solving. Problems that forge billion-dollar companies and the next generation of industry titans, just as Andrew Carnegie once did. This is the summit where vision meets muscle, where top researchers collide with top makers, doers, and deployers.
Welcome to Pittsburgh, where championship grit collides with the intelligence of AI. The new AI economy
Starts here.
AI Horizons guests, please welcome to the stage AI Strike Team Executive Director and Producer of AI Horizons, an initiative of the AI Strike Team, Joanna Dovin.
Thanks, everyone. Can you hear me? Can't hear me. You're not. Guys, oh, now I'm live. Am I on the mic? Mic? Not the lab? Okay. Anybody in the back, please come up. We have seats here still. Let's fill this room. We have an amazing keynote lineup. We want to make sure you hear everything. Welcome to AI Horizons. I'm so honored to be here with all of you in this room. There's so many people that are doing things that really matter for human innovation, and we're all here together. To those joining us for the second year in a row, welcome back. To our newcomers, who make up about 80% of our room, we're honored to have you in this sold-out space. Look around. This diverse mix of sectors was extremely intentional. We have university and research leaders, school superintendents, including, I saw my high school principal here, literally. I was like, oh my God, okay? And labor unions, philanthropies and policymakers, private capital from Pittsburgh and from around the globe, sports leaders, AI and energy innovators, and very importantly, industrial titans, the people leading the companies today like Alcoa, like US Steel, that were founded in the 1800s. They're all here. We have visitors from 17 states. 30% of this audience is not, actually more, is not from Pittsburgh or Pennsylvania. We're telling a story here. We have folks from the State Department, the Department of Defense, and interestingly, 10 countries on our live stream. A special shout out to my friends in Kazakhstan who recently came to Pittsburgh to learn about the strike team's work. Hello and welcome. Kosh Kaldingiz. To our presenting sponsors, BNY and Google, thank you so much. AI's market revolution is moving from design to deployment at lightning speed. Economic success is not guaranteed. This is a jump ball economy, and it belongs to the places who have strong starting positions and leadership that acts decisively. And that's why we created the AI Strike Team about 9 months ago. It was an idea born here in this building, located on AI Avenue, 2 years ago when we saw lease-up activities starting. And it started with, in my former role as a consultant, let's brand a building. But then we counted, and there were 20 companies anchored by big tech institutions and Carnegie Mellon University, Tech Transfer, and the Cloud Lab. There were 20 AI companies, and I said, we have an AI Avenue. And so the idea of branding a space got bigger, and it got bigger, and it got bigger. Because we have a real authentic play in Pittsburgh, in our region, and in our state to lead in this new epic. AI is multi-sectoral, it's cross-cutting. No single entity owns the strategy or could possibly deliver on its execution. It demands inspired leadership and radical collaboration. But because the future once happened here, this is our game to win. Without Carnegie Mellon, and I want to recognize President Farnam Jahanian in our front row here, the #1 global AI school with extreme robotics expertise, Pittsburgh would just be another metro scrambling for relevance. Without Pitt's power in life sciences, we'd lack the clinical edge that keeps our AI innovations human-centered. These two world-class institutions, which sit side by side 1 mile from AI Avenue, give Pittsburgh a unique edge, built from our industrial legacy, which has now become our superpower. The question was never if we could lead, it was whether if we would. And in just 9 months, the Strike Team and a growing network of co-conspirators has proven that we will. We've mapped our starting position and launched concrete projects, from secured space to capture billions in DoD investment to the launch of AI Power Pittsburgh. We have a booth back there. Check out the work. And today we're proving that we can make this happen. There's going to be 30 sessions over the next 2 days with over 100 CEOs, CTOs, and policy leaders talking authentically about the challenges and opportunities of AI deployment. What is the ROI? For those not from Pittsburgh who are here, my hope is you leave with an action on how your deployment will have roots in Pittsburgh, because the full stack lives here, and if you're not here, that could be a big risk for your company. What's the stack? Well, let's start with energy. We sit atop 2 of the most productive low-methane natural gas basins in the world, which is the most in-demand energy source for AI. And we're home to innovators in battery storage and nuclear innovation. In most places, calling something Robotics Row or an AI Avenue would be delusional. But in Pittsburgh, it's real. In just this 1 mile stretch, I mentioned all the startups and tech giants we have here. But as we sit here today on the 24th anniversary of 9/11, consider that right here in Pittsburgh, building over, the largest federally trained AI unit in the DoD, the Army Intelligence Integration Center, is here in Pittsburgh. That's amazing. I want to recognize Colonel Babbitt from AI2C. Thank you for coming today. Look, all of our companies here are sitting shoulder to shoulder with the brightest minds in the world from CMU, Pitt, and all of our universities. And the challenge that we're trying to foment now is to turn more of these breakthroughs into market opportunities. And we're already seeing momentum. Pittsburgh is now the most concentrated AI investment hub in the nation outside of Silicon Valley. 83% of VC dollars since 2020 have gone into AI companies, 83%. The next one down the line, Boston, is 47%. Software VC has doubled every year, every 2 years since 2020, and we've now surpassed Austin in AI software VC. Since last year's AI Horizons, 3 Pittsburgh AI companies have reached, might be 4 now, because it's moving so fast, unicorn status with a combined $13 billion valuation. Shiv, Jake, Deepak, Abhinav, they will be with us these 2 days. We celebrate your success, and we thank you for your hard work. Over the next 2 days, we'll strengthen the Strike Team, adding new players, building new relationships. The world is changing faster than we can fully grasp, but we don't have to outrun the lion, and we don't have to be perfect. We have to outrun the cities and places next to us, neighboring states, that are chasing this same future. But the reality is they don't have what we have. They don't have the energy. They don't have these places, and they don't have this kind of innovation. What we have, what are we going to do next? We must keep accelerating the work of the AI strike team by doing what no one else is doing or even can do. We have to combine the forces and the resources of our old and new leaders in energy, industry, and AI to all row in the same direction. We have to break down more barriers. Too often, we talk to the same people in our own industries, in our own silos, and now is the time to radically merge. We already have the next action forcing event where the world will be looking at us, and that's the NFL draft in April. So my challenge to you all today is to make new connections and do what's uncomfortable. Let's make it happen. Thank you. I would like to introduce our keynote, Zico Coulter, who is CMU's head of the machine learning department and an open AI board member. Zico Coulter. Oh.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, I had a glitch. And no, it was not an AI glitch. A lot going on. We're going to start with something very important now. Senator Devlin Robinson, Marine Corps veteran. We were going to end with this, but we switched it up. Senator, thank you.
Thank you, Joanna, for that warm introduction. That's it. But I wanted to start by remembering and reflecting on the day that happened 24 years ago, September 11th, 2001. And the way that I try to always honor that day is to remember, reflect, and resolve. I try to remember and think about where I was 24 years ago, as I'm sure all of you do. Who stepped outside today and looked up at the sky and remembered that it was practically the exact same sky as it was 24 years ago? That perfect light blue, not a cloud in the sky. Myself, my experience was that I was already signed up for the Marine Corps, waiting for my ship-out date of October 15th to go to boot camp. And my mother was adamant that I had to get my wisdom teeth before the Marine Corps got a hold of me. And that's where I was, in the dentist chair in Mount Lebanon, when I came out and I saw the first tower was hit. Going home, I made it home just in time to see the second tower hit at the World Trade Center. And through that morning and afternoon, watching the horror, watching people choose to take their own lives and jump out of the tower instead of being burned alive, watching first responders rush into those burning buildings, knowing that they probably won't make it back out. Watching the Pentagon in flames and people rushing in to help their fellow comrades. And then watching a plane in the middle of a field in southwestern Pennsylvania. And learning for the first time of a battlefield called Shanksville that had the first casualties in the War on Terror. A small blip on the map that we'll never forget. A blip on the map that so oftentimes have marked our history in the United States, especially in Pennsylvania. Shanksville, joining places like Fort Necessity, Valley Forge, and Gettysburg to shape what we have today. And the resolve, that afternoon, I called my recruiter and I said, I have to change my contract to the infantry to make sure that I was on the front lines, to make sure I was a part of the next generation. And now, when we reflect on everything that's been happening these last 24 years, reflect on things that have been happening in the last year and the last month and the last couple days. Try to reflect on the feelings that you had on September 11th and know that unity is our strength. And although we come from so many different backgrounds, the citizenry is what we are presenting to the rest of the world. And make sure while you're here at this AI Summit, you remember those words. And try to meet people that come from a lot of different backgrounds. And take advantage. And always remember to reflect and resolve to make this world a better place and put ourselves at the forefront of leadership and change. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And now, without further ado, Zico Coulter, Head of Machine Learning Department at Carnegie Mellon University and OpenAI board member.
All right. Thank you, Senator, for those wonderful remarks, first of all. Oops. I'm here to talk today about, I was asked to talk about turning research into real-world impact. So as Jenna mentioned, I'm the head of the machine learning department at Carnegie Mellon. I also have a number of industry roles as well. And when it comes down to it, thinking about this question, I feel like this is kind of a softball. It's a pretty easy task I was given, actually. And the reason why is that it is actually impossible for me to imagine a field where basic research turns into world-changing application as rapidly as an AI. There is no other area I have ever heard of where papers, academic papers, can become companies 2 years after this. And so to start off with, I want to reflect on that. I want to reflect on just how much and how fundamentally the research that happens at universities like Carnegie Mellon, like Pitt, like other universities around here, and in fact, not just like those universities, but at those universities, has changed the world over these past 15 years. Let's start by going back to 2007. Carnegie Mellon won the DARPA Urban Challenge with a vehicle called BOSS. Now, this actually was not by any means the start of autonomous vehicle work. This goes back many more years, of course. In the 80s, Carnegie Mellon was working on vehicles as well. But this was still basic research, I think, in 2007. We would classify it as such. And now these days, that same group, in fact, a lot of the same people working out there on that team at CMU, went on to found and then lead Waymo, which is now driving around SF. I don't know if people here have ridden in Waymos before. It's incredible. This is not the future anymore. This is happening right now. Another example little-known paper was published in 2012 with the long title, ImageNet Classification with Deep Convolutional Networks. These guys weren't at CMU, I admit, but Jeff Hinton was here at CMU for a time too, so of course, like with all things, there's a CMU connection. Again, I'm not here trying to litigate the past and the history of deep learning. That's a very fraught, a very fraught topic, we'll say. But this paper galvanized interest in deep learning across the industry. And 10 years later, we are all basically using deep learning pretty much every day. At least I certainly use deep learning every day with tools like ChatGPT and others. But it's not just, I mean, these are still old examples of basic research. This was basically just 10 years ago. Maybe that's still a little bit, you know, that's a time frame that's still crazy as far as engineering goes, but maybe more suitable. But this has not stopped. We keep having these things. And again, I'm going to put up a selective group here. It's not meant to represent anyone. A few years ago, I saw that my colleagues in the robotics department published a few really cool papers about robots that could do extreme parkour and things like that. And now you have Skilled, one of the fastest growing companies in Pittsburgh, and they're going to actually be here later on today. And then maybe a little bit more selfishly, I will admit here, I have to hype up myself a little bit, you know. A few years ago, some colleagues and I had a paper on circumventing guardrails of chatbots, basically tricking them into doing things that they are not supposed to be able to do. The team of us since founded Gray Swan AI, and these days we have products that are able to, much more reliably than we ever thought possible, secure AI agent systems so that they can be deployed and follow developer policies. So hopefully this is, to many of you, evidence of the incredibly short time scale in AI that I really think defies all other fields that I have ever seen and ever heard of. The speed of development here is unlike anything else. But this does raise the question. If that was, this in the previous slide were 10 years ago or a few years ago, what is the future going to hold? What are the next innovations? They're going to lead us into the future that we're all living right now, or that we will be living in 5, 10 years. And here I think there actually is a bit of subtlety. Because it would be easy to say, as researchers, that we should keep doing exactly what we're doing as the AI landscape changes ahead of us. Right? I mean, after all, we've been quite successful in these things. Let's keep doing basic AI research. But I think that that perspective does not quite do justice to just how transformational this technology has been over the past 5 years. It's gone from a setting where, yes, it was an academic field, there were companies doing it, lots of progress, to a point where now I don't go a single day without using AI in some way, and that's not just true for me, it's true for the hundreds of millions of daily users of AI tools. And I think it would be silly to say, you know, academia should continue just as it was. And I don't want to advocate for that, because I think we do need, as academics, to adjust our perspectives and adjust to the fact that actually industry is driving forward now a large chunk of AI. But the part that I want to leave you with, and maybe I will finish on this before we convene to the panel, is that we are not done yet. And what I mean by that is there is more basic research to be done in AI, and this research will lead the next 10 years of progress in the field. in conjunction, in partnership with industry pushing this forward, but there is basic research to be done. I think it is different than past research, but I think it's no less important. So I want to end now by just some thoughts about my own take on what this could be. And like the field, this changes every few months. So you're getting a snapshot of what I think right now, and maybe in 2 months from now, I'll be on a completely different page, but come talk to me 2 months from now then. What do I think right now are the areas of AI research that are most critical for academics to focus on, which will shape what we see affecting us all in 10 years? Number one, reliability of AI systems. This might seem like, and it probably is the most near-term thing and the most industry-centric item, but the reality is the AI tools that we use every day are not reliable the way, say, planes are reliable. There's this expression in engineering of some number of nines of reliability, right? 5 nines, 8 nines of reliability. You want a plane you get on to have a whole lot of nines of reliability, i.e. everything works 99.9999999% of the time. AI is not that right now. It works a lot amazingly well, but it still makes mistakes. How do we get to the point where we can have 5 nines of reliability in AI systems? I think that's more than just a challenge of implementation. I think that is a fundamental research question that we need to press forward from an academic standpoint. But then maybe a little bit broader, let's talk about AI for science. I know that's a very generic term, but it's still used, and I will use it. Now that AI is where it is, let's leverage these tools to not just do better AI research, but to actually further the human endeavor of science. This has been, after all, one of our core drivers of progress throughout humanity. Let's take this new powerful tool we have, even just as a tool, and turn it toward the most important problems in health, in energy, and across the board. Understand aspects of the world. In fact, if I can digress a little bit, this is exactly kind of the scoping and point of the new RK Mellon building that we're putting up at Carnegie Mellon. And finally, I am in fact an educator at heart. I'm in fact a professor. What are we going to do about education? What do we do in a world where basically every question we have asked students to solve in an undergrad program can now be solved by AI? It doesn't mean AI can do everything humans can do yet. Give it a few more years. But it does mean we need to rethink education fundamentally. Not just in terms of differing evaluations, which, by the way, I do think are part of this solution, but also in terms of really rethinking how we can leverage AI tools to better personalize and to better guide educators to address not just the students at Carnegie Mellon, but the students at every level, at every university, and in K through 12 as well. Now, we are working on all of these things at Carnegie Mellon. They're just a few things. So, to conclude before I have my panel come up, I would just say, if you're interested in the future of what is coming in AI, by all means, do stop by our offices here. We're right down the road. And some of the most exciting, impactful work, which will be the things you look back on 10 years from now, are happening literally right next door. Thanks very much. With that, I will invite my panel up. Allison and Andrew, welcome to come on up. Thanks very much. All right. Where do you want to sit?
I'm going to go over there.
Okay.
We'll switch around.
Thanks.
All right, good. All right, good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. Thank you both for being here. And we're going to spend the next 25, 30 minutes trying to sort of cut through some of the noise and the hype to get to the core strategic issues for all the leaders in this room. No pressure, nothing's riding on it. But to start, I wanted to ask, maybe to ground the conversation a little bit, to ask each of you, beyond the sort of high-profile generative AI tools that we all work with and see, where is AI creating the most significant sort of under-the-radar impact? You want to start?
Sure, thank you very much. Really appreciate the chance to be here. I'm Andrew Moore, CEO of Lovelace AI, who works in this building, and I'll talk a little bit more about what we're doing later. First, let me thank Zico for his really strong comments, and I want to make a point. The success of Pittsburgh as an AI center, one of the metrics is that Zico is still here. He's exactly the right person to sort of center the kind of pragmatic, honest, thoughtful approach to artificial intelligence that this city needs. I remember when we managed to recruit him into Pittsburgh in the prehistory of AI, like 10 years ago, and so much celebration. We saw so much potential, but now he's here. If we screw up in Pittsburgh, one way we'll see is that Zico will no longer be here with us. I also want to take the opportunity to once again thank President Farnham Jahanian from Carnegie Mellon University for the incredible effort he's put in the last 10 years to make sure that we are, as a community, so far ahead of our peer cities in artificial intelligence. So that's my brief introduction. Thank you. Now, in answer to your question, there's a very important issue underlining what's happening in artificial intelligence at the moment. Many people in this room are thinking to themselves, what do I do about AI? How does it affect me? How does it affect my career or my industry? And the place I'd love us to spend a little bit of time on this committee is just trying to, on this panel, is just trying to answer the question, what do we want to happen? So I think many people here are anxious. And certainly for many people here, there's a fear of missing out. And so let's ask the question, how would we like to see things play out? And the answer comes down to artificial intelligence being actually used to improve each area of society that is well represented by what happens in Pittsburgh. How do we, instead of just firing lots of people, make it so that folks in the medical industry, the banking industry, in national security and defense are all able to do their jobs more effectively? When you look at how we go from the amazing work coming out of the universities and the frontier labs, how we answer those questions, my belief is that we have to realize that there is a grind going on. What I mean by grind, that's a term from video games. Video games, you can have splashes of intense excitement, but to really get into a good position in the video game, sometimes you need to be doing hard work. It is not the case that in the world of artificial intelligence right now, you can build these kind of impressive systems you're seeing without hard work. And so within each discipline, and the examples of some of the AI unicorns that we're going to see later on in this two-day event show that each of these comes with a lot of engineering work to make the systems work properly. So let's take, as a great example, talking about, Joanna was talking about the draft coming to Pittsburgh. The fact is that now you can kind of half guess how AI might be able to be used, but I want to be much more pointed about how we can actually use this kind of technology. Thanks to work primarily from Carnegie Mellon, we're now very good at being able to observe the movements of objects, including every joint in every limb of every player, over their entire careers and really deeply sense what they're doing, where their strengths are, where their weaknesses are, where the potentials are. The grind part of this is we take that data and we start to use it for models to predict things like where training is going to help, where the next strong piece of potential is going to help, where the most vulnerable places are for injuries in our own teams or in other teams and so forth. So to do that, notice how it's not just a question of asking ChatGPT to do it for you. It is much harder work than that, because we've got to have expert engineers getting hold of the existing technology that tracks all the positions of every limb in our body, and then build the models which allow us to predict what is going to be successful or not.
I want to jump in right there, just sorry for a second, and pick up on a sort of thread that I think you're getting at, and then maybe Zico, this is a question for you too. What's sort of, I guess, the biggest misconception that you think people have about either where we're at or where we're headed? You were speaking about the real world research, but maybe Zico, do you want to take that?
Andrew, you can actually, here, make it. All right, wasn't sure which microphone will be on. Is it on?
It'll be on.
Okay, great. Okay, so I should start off by saying that it's a very common theme when you ask an academic about what the biggest misconceptions of AI is, to say, oh, you know, the biggest misconception is these systems aren't really intelligent and they aren't going as fast as you think they are, and we've been doing these things for a long time and they have all these problems, et cetera, et cetera. And in my view, that just misses the obvious truth we all see, which is that, one, systems as we see them, and I mean generative AI systems, so I do mean ChatGPT now, are incredibly powerful, absurdly intelligent by any reasonable definition, with holes, yes, of course, but extremely intelligent, and getting better extremely quickly. So I do want to leave people a little bit of unease. Andrew's trying to calm the unease. I want to leave people a little bit of unease, because there are a lot of questions about where this is going, about what is the future, what's coming here. And to be clear, it's absolutely true that models like ChatGPT, these general purpose models, are not built for everything. And so yes, if you wanted to do computer vision to identify limbs in a player, you wouldn't use ChatGPT. The question is, in 5 years, would you just have ChatGPT write the code to do that for you? And the answer, I think, is maybe. Or probably, actually, in 5 years. It's a long time. So I think, actually, in a lot of ways, yes, there are overblown claims. Yes, there is hype around this. But I actually think there's also a real danger in underselling, as experts in the field, the immense power and the generality of these systems. And there really is this amazing potential to transform virtually every area of work through generative AI. And the best thing we can do is embrace that, in my view. I do think I agree with Andrew that it's not going to put everyone out of work. I think the companies that succeed best will not be the ones that say, hey, we can do everything we used to do, and let's get rid of all our employees. The ones that succeed are going to be the ones that say, hey, what can we do now that we never dreamed of being possible before? But I do think massive change is coming, and I think it's coming relatively quickly.
So I want to ask you both this, because you both hold positions in academia. You're affiliated with big tech companies. You're both involved in startups. What, I guess from your perspective, what's industry not getting right, and what is academia not getting right? Sorry to be so negative, but you want to go for that one?
Sure, yeah. The main thing I want to see in industry are very rapid attempts to actually bring artificial intelligence in a useful way to the end users and to the operators. So I will give the AI industry, much as Zico would do, a huge positive score having done a fantastic job of coming up with this core technology, which we all use every day. What we are not so good about as an industry is what I would call the product management of how we take the ability for these models to come up with very quick and accurate inferences and use them to make someone's job more purposeful and useful. So let me give you some examples of this. My company has been engaged by various parts of US and Western defense organizations to understand over very large regions of the globe if something dangerous is happening. And the people who do that kind of work, folks with names like intelligence analysts or geo-targeters, they have met ChatGPT and many tools like that and tried to use them in their own roles. And they are seeing huge benefits of perhaps every day not having to spend an extra hour on perfectly formatting a PowerPoint result or having to rephrase or re-summarize information. But that's only like a 10, 20, 30% improvement. What I want to see product manager-oriented companies doing at the moment is working with those end users, always with the question, how do we make them 10 times more effective so that they can do 10 times as much work? And if we're dealing with something with public safety, I'm perfectly happy to not fire anyone, just let them all carry on doing their work 10 times more powerfully. In this particular case, what we're able to accomplish for these customers is in a world where they really do have to be watching out for serious dangers by very dangerous organizations and people, we were able to approximately, by a factor of 3, increase their detection of very malign physical threats. That is what I would call a big success, because it's not just we've made your life slightly easier and you don't have to use Google to get results, you use ChatGPT, but we've integrated AI into your work so that you are now doing much more than you were able to do before.
Go ahead. Yes, please.
So let me talk about what academia is getting wrong, since you eloquently stated what industry is getting wrong. Let me talk about what academia is getting wrong. And I think about this a lot, actually, because as a faculty member, I see the reaction in a lot of other faculty members to AI, and oftentimes it's not quite as awestruck as I am, and I kind of wonder why. And I think that fundamentally, the benefit and the downside of academia is the contrarian nature of it to a certain degree. And by the way, for any faculty members who may be here, if you think AI is a bunch of BS, more power to you. Please keep pursuing that vision as an academic. That's what you should be doing. But on the flip side, if you survey the average faculty member at Carnegie Mellon, or I shouldn't stick out Carnegie Mellon here because we're actually quite advanced when it comes to this, but if you survey average faculty members kind of across industry and ask them, or sorry, across the country, and ask them how long they think it's going to be until we have extremely general purpose, essentially human level capabilities in AI systems, they'll say, 50 years, 100 years, maybe 20 years if they're really optimistic, right? If you ask people at OpenAI the same question, they'll say, 3-4 years maybe. It's a little bit sad to me that the crazy dreamers seem to be more in industry now than in academics. And I think we should have all types in academia, to be clear. But I also want to have more people who believe the robot apocalypse is coming in academia. We should have that voice, because it's a real voice. And I think they have reasonable arguments. And somehow that mindset, I think, right now has less of a home in academic research than it has, oddly enough, in an incredibly fast-growing industry player in AI.
Why does it matter that it's not there? What's the consequence of that?
So it's a great question. In 1965, I use this quote a lot. So I think I maybe even said this last year, so forgive me if you were here last year. I use this a lot. In 1965, Herb Simon, one of the godfathers of AI at Carnegie Mellon, he's saying this in 1965, says, in 20 years, AI will be able to do anything a person can do. And he was wrong. He got this wrong. And since then, there has been a deep skepticism about the progress in the field. And that's become kind of embedded in the field itself. And as much as we have made progress in the field that I showed, right? I mean, that came out of academia. I think that mindset of conservatism holds us back. I would actually rather be Herb Simon in 1965 and get it wrong, but have that as a mindset, as a target, as a goal about how I want to innovate and shape the world. And I think that spirit should be present, to be clear, everywhere, but in academia and in industry.
Can I push a little bit?
Absolutely. Yeah, I was promised disagreement. So.
Okay, yeah, that's right. So for me, I definitely do not sympathize with someone who just says AI is a fad. Clearly that's wrong. It's already had this multi-hundred billion impact on the economy. I do strongly believe that we don't get to sit back and see AI doing good things for us for free. We, people in this room, need to get expertise in the area and design businesses around it, and not just assume that typing something into a prompt is going to get us a new business for free. However, so on one side, absolutely agree. It is true that I can probably say this because I don't have the academic job that Zico has right now. I think there is a lot of threat and in the hearts of academics and other folks in established positions that a lot of their life's work is becoming rapidly changed and their positions are imperiled. And I think many people in this room probably do feel that as well. There's a slight crabbiness about AI and all these promises because it is kind of saying maybe us and our expertise aren't useful. So I do believe people are irrationally claiming it's not going to work well. But from the point of view of what people in this room should be doing right now in Pittsburgh, we have to look at the reality of we have got a set of extraordinary technology tools that we can build systems on. We could wait for 3, 6, 9 years for AI to become so powerful that we don't have to do the grind. We could do that, but none of us know whether this incredible level of AI autonomous performance and superhuman behavior is 3 years around the corner. I would say there's a 10% chance it's 3 years around the corner, okay. But I'd say there's a 50% chance that it's more than 10 years around the corner. We got to work now. So us, and especially folks not like us Pittsburghers, but hypey West Coasters who give big talks where every talk begins with the word, we are on the precipice of, we are on the brink of, we are on the cusp of. There's a lot of money behind them needing to make those statements. And the rest of industry, including people in the military and in important parts in banks who have to make decisions right now that affect our lives, who need to be told that at the moment, right now, AI can't do everything you need, and we need to do some engineering to bring it to actually be useful to you, while also giving them the message that we're not promising that this is going to be true in 3 or 4 years. It may be that we rapidly overtake ourselves in what we're working on at the moment. So that's the message, is it might be incredible in 3, 6, 9 years, but that doesn't mean to say we sit back, and I know that you're not implying this, we sit back and relax until the frontier labs have come up with the ultimate AI.
We have just a handful of minutes left, and I want to get to two questions. We talked a lot about industry, talked a lot about academia. What are the nuances that policymakers need to be aware of or are sort of missing? Real quick.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
All right. There is a huge misperception at the moment, and again, I would defer to Zico on this, but the misperception is that somehow by putting humans in the loop, we can make AI safe. That is nowhere near enough, and yet over and over again, I hear people in military commands, folks responsible for massive risk operations in banks saying, yeah, well, do whatever you want, but make sure there's a human in the loop. That idea that a human in the loop keeps AI safe is a complete myth. If I want to, I wouldn't do this. If I wanted to persuade a commander to do a strike, I could ask an AI system to give all the positive evidence, no lying, just giving the positive evidence, and it would be very persuasive. US commanders are so smart, they might see through it. If I wanted him or her not to do the strike, I could ask an AI to give that information. Either way, there's a human in the loop. If they're getting presented with misleading information either way, that human in the loop is not enough safety.
Good.
I would emphasize a slightly different point here. I think that there's actually another danger of regulation of AI, which is that we treat current AI systems essentially in the exact same way we treated AI systems 10 years ago, as, for lack of a better word, kind of glorified regression predictions, and ignore two basic facts. Fact number one is these systems just fundamentally are too large to understand in terms of their mathematical underlying operations. Yes, you can make progress in kind of elucidating some of the understanding of them, but that's not going to get you, not the way that we want, that we think about engineering systems. Frankly speaking, from a policy standpoint, I think we need to think about these things not in the same way, but more like we think about people. I trust you in many cases, not every case, but some cases, to make good decisions. I don't do it because I understand the neural pathways in your brain and can map those out and say, well, he said this because there was this neuron that fired, and therefore, yeah, it's trustworthy. No. Trust is an empirical thing, fundamentally. And safety also. Yes, you can build in some limited settings, understanding physical constraints especially, to sort of guarantee aspects of it, but it's still an empirical science, fundamentally. And our judgment and evaluation of AI needs to fundamentally rest on empirical grounds, not on first principle understanding of the models behind the predictions. The models are almost irrelevant. What matters is the empirical performance that we actually see. We need to measure that, we need to assess it, and that's how we gain trustworthiness over AI.
Final question, real quick. I'm going to ask you to make a prediction, so fill in the blank. In 2026, AI will... You want to go first?
AI will improve the human condition.
Next year?
Yeah.
Wow, that's bold.
Isn't it already improving the human condition, I would argue? So that's an easy one, right? The thing I preface predictions with is that there is lots of historical evidence showing that I am bad at predictions. So I'm not just saying this, there's evidence behind it. I've made predictions, people ask me this every year, and I'm always wrong. Not always, but sometimes. Let's talk concrete things about what AI is going to be doing next year. I think we have long-form, basically interactive developers that are doing a lot of the things that we currently do still with programmers. We're already here, arguably, but I think it's going to get so much better over the next year that by the end of the next year, programming, with a big caveat here, if you are willing to adopt the latest technologies, which is oftentimes not the case at a lot of large industry, but should be the case more, if you adopt this, you will be able to essentially change the entire nature of your software development team. Not fire them, but change the entire set of capabilities that you ever thought was possible for the team that you have. And that is going to be one of the biggest enablers when it comes to and again, it's already happening, but that will be, over the next year, one of the biggest enablers that we see done with AI systems.
Please join me in thanking our panel. Andrew, Zico, thank you so much. And I'm going to turn the stage back over.
AI Horizons guests, please welcome to the stage President and CEO of EQT Corporation, Toby Rice, Chief Revenue Officer of Grok, Ian Andrews, and Chair of National Security at Wiley Rein, Nazak Nikokhtar.
Ready to go. Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Nazak Nikokhtar from Wiley Rein, and we're going to have an outstanding discussion. So Governor Shapiro has been championing for American AI dominance, flagging it as a critical tool for economic growth and national security. He's repeatedly underscored that winning this competition with China is essential for the nation's economic outlook and defense capabilities. Emphasizing that the future of AI will run through Pennsylvania, the governor has successfully positioned Pennsylvania to champion just that, generating tens of billions of dollars in AI investment throughout the state, alongside the largest federally trained DoD, Department of Defense AI unit, located here by Carnegie Mellon, the world's #1 AI university. And the 2025 Code for America report ranked Pennsylvania as the top 3 states nationally for government AI readiness. Senator McCormick has similarly stressed the importance of the U.S. leading the global AI revolution through innovation and competition, and he too is betting on Pennsylvania to lead the way given the state's strong energy resources, especially natural gas, top-tier university, and tremendous workforce. The senator secured major investments in AI and infrastructure in Pennsylvania, as the state is receiving billions in committed investments for energy production and artificial intelligence. Case in point, Governor Shapiro's $20 billion Amazon data center announcement in June was catapulted by billions more announced at Senator McCormick's July Energy and Innovation Summit, where EQT, the CEO, is here today, announced that it will power the nation's largest gas-powered data center in Homer City. Altogether, AI investments in Pennsylvania stand over $90 billion and counting. And in Washington, D.C., President Trump is doing his part to secure America's AI dominance. He's vowed to unleash America's energy, reliable energy, natural resources, to win the AI race through deregulation and industrial policy. And in July, the president released a detailed master plan that lays out the White House's ambitious agenda to accelerate American AI innovation, build American AI infrastructure, and lead international AI diplomacy and security. Securing America's AI lead and strengthening America's AI infrastructure are truly bipartisan national security imperatives, and there's no ambiguity that America must lead the rest of the world in AI. So, I just said a lot, and there's a lot to unpack here. So let's begin by diving deep into the drivers of AI dominance, power, and compute, and let's discuss these factors how these factor into Pennsylvania's AI future. I'm pleased to present our distinguished speakers today. Toby Rice, Chief Executive Officer, President, and Director of EQT Corporation, the largest national natural gas operator in the United States. Under Toby's leadership, EQT reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 35% and achieved one of the lowest methane intensities of any natural gas producers in the world. Toby also serves on the board of the bipartisan Policy Center's American Energy Innovation Council and is a member of the American Exploration and Production Council's Executive Committee. Toby has been a strong advocate for American energy growth and independence and a staunch advocate for energy exports to America's allies. Ian Andrews is the Chief Revenue Officer of Grok, the world's leading AI inference chip and rack provider. He previously served as the Chief Marketing Officer of Chain Analysis and Senior Vice President of Products and Marketing at Pivotal Software, leading the company from launch through IPO to the successful acquisition by VMware. His earlier roles at Opsware and Astra Data established his track record of scaling innovative technology companies. With vast sector expertise, Ian specializes in bringing transformative products to market and building high-performance teams across AI infrastructure, blockchain analytics, and enterprise software. I'd like to start by outlining America's competitive position with respect to China and AI. Toby and Ian, US government leaders have acknowledged that the development AI is truly an existential global race with high stakes for national security, and they have warned that America's failure to lead AI innovation could control infrastructure data and could cede infrastructure data and leadership to China. China, for its part, has developed AI at breakneck speed. News announced today of more breakthrough in China AI chip development. With its vast resources, enormous capital, energy, workforce, the Chinese government is leveraging its resources to beat the United States in AI development. Toby and Ian, we are attempting to leverage now our own resources, albeit in some respects much more limited vis-a-vis what China has, to accelerate AI leadership here in the United States and beat China and vis-a-vis the rest, and frankly, the rest of the world. But we're somewhat constrained by the resources we have, by our population, by workforce, capital, et cetera. How do these factor in our competitive position with respect to China? What can we do to overcome our own constraints? Toby, maybe we can start with you.
Yeah, Nazak, I think you made some great points on the opportunities in front of us and the challenges we face. You know, underpinning all of these great opportunities is a massive industrial complex that is designed to get energy out of the ground, transport it to a facility where it's converted to power, and then converted into compute. And this industrial complex, I believe, is going to be the key to the progress that we can make with AI. And you've got Ian and I, which both represent major portions of that value chain. EQT is America's largest natural gas producer. Every day we produce over 1 million barrels a day of energy, all natural gas. And we're thinking about one thing: how we can make the energy we produce cheaper, more reliable, and cleaner. Our role in this whole ecosystem is to make sure that our tech customers, while they've got 1 million things to worry about, energy is not going to be one of them. So we're happy to support supplying and transporting energy to get these projects built. I think the impact with China is really going to frame up the urgency at which we need to move. Obviously, the opportunity will attract you, but the impacts, if we do not win this race against China, bad things are going to happen. And we're sitting here September 11th, and I'm thinking about what happened on that day. The World Trade Center, a symbol of America's influence on the global economy, was knocked down. A couple things we learned. One, people are looking to take down American economies. And two, we have heroes. Never forget, And I do believe that us winning this race against China in AI is going to be one of the most heroic things that we're going to do, but it's going to take a tremendous amount of issues. Let me just give you guys a snapshot of what the playing field is right now. Power and the ability to consume it is going to be one of the biggest challenges we face. How is America doing? Last year, America built 6 gigawatts over the last couple years. America built about 6 gigawatts of new power generation. Okay, what the heck is that? How much is that? China, just last year, added over almost 60 gigawatts of power gen, nearly 10 times the amount of power capacity that the United States added in reliability, and significant majority of that was coal for people that care about emissions. So they have a grid that's 2 times the size of the United States, and it's growing twice as fast as what we're doing in America. Can you understand the challenge that we have in front of us? It's exciting to see that we've got leadership, but in D.C., because this is the CCP against Washington, D.C. This is Chinese coal against American natural gas. It's going to be a tall challenge, but as we've proven over the last couple decades with the Shale Revolution, we can do some heroic things if we're allowed to operate.
Well said, Toby. I think I want to make maybe 4 points here. So first, some people in the audience might say, well, existential threat, that sounds a little hyperbolic, Nizak. Like, why is this existential? Well, as we heard from our first speaker, we've now arrived at the point of technological progress where we can turn electricity into intelligence, right? Let that set in. Up to this point, computers have largely been productivity tools. They helped us do things that humans could always do a little bit faster, a little bit easier. But we now have the capability to augment human capability with tools that are approaching the equivalence of very sophisticated humans in deep subjects like mathematics, physics, biotech. So this is incredibly important. And as one of the last speakers on the previous panel pointed out, these tools can be used to influence culture, society, research, and academia. And do you want that technology to originate from the United States and our allies, or do you want that coming from the CCP? Right? I think probably everyone in this room has a strong opinion on that. So first, existential, absolutely. Second, the American AI is something that we need to export around the world. Right? This isn't to be hoarded. It's not just for domestic capability. If we're not representing this technology everywhere around the globe, and we'll talk about export probably later in the conversation, the Chinese certainly will take that opportunity. They're attempting to build not just hardware infrastructure, but also the models themselves, and they're doing quite well at that. Third point I'll make is, can we win the race? I think implied in that statement is that we're playing a game like football, where there's a game clock and there's a clear end where we declare victory and the game's over, and then we go to the next weekend and play a different game. That's not the nature of this race, right? This is an enduring technological advancement competition. There is no end. And I think we've had misaligned policy over the last, certainly the last administration, but probably going back further than that, that thought that we could limit access to core technology going into China and therefore prevent the Chinese from being able to develop sophistication around artificial intelligence. And that's fundamentally false. The importance of the technology will almost mandate that every country in the world will acquire or develop it natively. Because without it, you're just going to fundamentally be left behind on every front that matters, including economic productivity. And so the restrictions that have been placed on companies like ASML limiting core lithography technology getting into China, or TSMC producing advanced semiconductors going into China have largely failed. But what the restrictions have done is prevent American allies around the world from getting access to that technology as well. And that's created an export market for the Chinese to build domestically and then export globally, which is a huge economic incentive. If they can spread their tech stack around the world, it actually disadvantages American producers. Less people to sell And I will say domestically, completely agreeing with Toby, our biggest challenge to being successful in advancing the state of AI is power. It's the production of power at low cost, it's the transmission or distribution of power, and it's bringing the power into data centers. We are woefully behind on this. If you look back a little bit longer than the stats you provided, over the last decade, China's gone from, effectively doubled their grid capacity, and they're projected to add that much again over the next 10 years. The US has been largely flat over the last decade as we've transitioned from dirty to clean energy, which is important. But our forward projection is, in the best case scenario, about 80% growth over the next decade in the US. It's just not enough. So we have to get out of our own way from a permitting, from a production, and drive the cost of energy dramatically downward. Because energy costs, you can now replace that and say that's the cost of intelligence. It's that simple.
Gentlemen, you also flagged something really interesting. I mean, for us to really win, not only do we have to proliferate American dominance globally, but within every corner of the United States, right? I mean, it's very different with China. In China, it's very much the haves and the have-nots. Here, we can have everybody be the part of the haves, be part of the solution, be part of America's competitive advantage. How do you recommend that energy providers, AI providers, and work with companies that are adopting AI so we can rapidly proliferate our use in the United States and then next around the world?
Yeah, recognizing we're not going to solve all the challenges that have prevented the best energy from getting to market, that have stalled energy infrastructure from being built. That's not going to happen in a timescale that we need in order to continue pace and continue to make progress feeding this AI revolution. So what business leaders need to understand is, well, if you want to be part of this AI ecosystem, let's at least position ourselves strategically so that we can minimize the impact of some of the challenges this country has seen from a permitting and regulatory issues. That's why you're seeing companies come when they're thinking about where they're going to build. They're coming to Pennsylvania. Why? Because we have a tremendous energy resource base here. People are surprised to hear that Pittsburgh is part of one of the biggest gas fields in the world, currently producing over 36 BCF a day. How much energy is that? That's the energy equivalent of over 6 million barrels a day of energy. So we've got the natural resource here. We've got the companies that have built this type of infrastructure. And so this is a natural place to be. Why Pittsburgh? Because this is also, what about the social issues? This is what I think is one of the most unique parts about Pittsburgh, is that this is the city that unleashed the massive coal production that powered our economy. This city built the steel that built America, and now this city has been supporting natural gas development, unleashing the biggest gas field in the world. I've been on the forefront of a industrial revolution with shale. We've had tremendous success in Pittsburgh, and I see no reason why the AI revolution here in Pittsburgh will fare any differently.
I think of over the $109 billion committed in AI, just relative proportion in 2024. In 2025, $90 billion was in Pennsylvania. That's tremendous in terms of Pennsylvania. Ian, what are you, as a chip maker, a rack maker, provider, what is your role and responsibility in making sure that we proliferate AI to every corner and every community in the United States?
Yeah, we're in a very interesting time where I would say largely the last 5 years have been spent building the foundation models that make all of the capability we're now seeing in AI possible. And to do that at a technology level, the process is called training. You've probably seen some of the really large data centers that have been built in places like Memphis and Texas, with fancy names like Stargate. And that co-location is solved for that foundation model creation. But we're now shifting into a world where it's actually putting these models to use. And when you do that, you want to have the application as close to the end user as possible. And so that actually means a distribution or proliferation of infrastructure everywhere, proximate to users, here in Pittsburgh, next to the researchers over at CMU and all the cool startup companies that we've heard about so far this morning, being able to have direct access in a low latency way. Now, my company specifically specializes in delivering incredibly fast, incredibly low cost, and low power consumption infrastructure to run these AI models. And so our goal is to drive ahead of that curve of power cost, be able to deploy today in data centers that already exist so that we can take advantage of these models as quickly as possible and bring access to the whole world.
You know, one of the reasons why we're in this major race with China neck and neck is because China is just, the mode of government has just been much more nimble than ours. We have a democratic system with checks and balances, but that's sometimes in different voices, which constrains us. Because this discussion is so important, and because we need American innovation will lead the way, but American innovation, the American businesses are hampered by our own policies, our own regulatory policies. You've mentioned some in export controls, you've mentioned some in permitting. What 2 or 3 regulatory fixes do we need most urgently to race ahead of China fast? Because they don't have the constraints we do.
Yeah, I would love to be in a situation where market forces dictate the pace and the regulatory environment is set up to keep pace with business. That's clearly not the situation we're in right now. If I had to sort of summarize where we're at and how we got here, it's because political force has overwhelmed market forces. And we need to get back to a place where market forces drive the most cost-effective energy solutions to the world. And as far as the good news is, on the political side of things, when we look at this event that Senator McCormick put together for us, you know, you can look at this and say, oh my goodness, this is over $90 billion. That's over a double-digit increase to the Pennsylvania economy. Massive investments are coming here. That's a lot of the headlines, but what I noticed was that we had unity. We had all sides of the political spectrum there showing up, and what gets me excited and optimistic that we will see the permit reform take place is because every politician I've met with, they all want more affordable energy, they all want it more reliable, they all want it cleaner, and they all seem to want to have this AI revolution take place. So the motives are there. If I had to guide them, I would say we have got to incentivize speed and the reliability of the energy systems that we're developing. We have taken a tact in the past of providing incentives for certain attributes of our energy system, namely like the carbon footprint. Now it's time for us to think creatively and how can we put incentives on the reliability of the energy systems, because our AI customers, they're going to need reliable power generation, and we have an opportunity to align incentives and policy to drive that.
This is important because Washington is writing right now America's master plan, the execution of it. Let me ask you this: financing, what role does that play? What do we need to do in financing? The banks, the financial institutions, government grants, et cetera.
Man, if you take the uncertainty away from that shows up in the permitting, the money will be there. I mean, money is not an issue. As proof in point, we had $90 billion of investments show up. I will tell you right now, in my pipeline for power projects that are looking for us to supply energy, I have multiples of opportunities than just what we've announced. The biggest issue with all of these projects is what is the permitting? If they don't have their permits, there's a high amount of a risk. That's where the government can come in, provide that confidence, and the money is there available. That could not be clearer.
That's important, Ian, from your perspective.
Totally agree. Private industry can absolutely finance this. It's not a question of capital. It's a question of can we actually execute projects successfully. So totally agree on that point. I will add one. I'm incredibly bullish on the American opportunity here, but I think we have to focus on doing 3 things. So one, we need to continue to develop at home and attract internationally the best talent. And that's to our university systems, the core and basic research, and to our companies. We need to have an open door for the best and brightest to want to and be able to work in the United States. This is hard tech. We need really smart minds working on it, and we need to continue to develop those here in the United States. Second, we've got to remove these regulatory hurdles, everything from power extraction and production to data center build out. We're making this incredibly difficult on ourselves. If we can remove that permitting hurdle, remove some of the complexity on getting these projects off the ground, we will flourish. And then third, I want to see a commitment to lowering the cost of power. Right? The cost of power is equivalent to the cost of intelligence from now going forward, right? We can think about that metric as a key goal to target KPIs against. And if we can do that, we're going to be very successful.
Well, hopefully Washington and the state legislators are listening to both of you guys, because there's a long road ahead. But that's why these discussions are so important. Please join me in thanking our panelists today for their insights.
AI Horizons guests. We will now take a quick break. Our next session will begin shortly. AI Horizons guests. Please welcome to the stage Head of AI Policy at A16Z, Matt Perot, and Chief Transformation Officer for the Office of the Governor, Ben Kirshner.
It's a hype music. Yeah. If I did it would be more class.
Hey guys, everybody who is standing, please take a seat. The voice of God. We have a very exciting conversation here. Please take a seat. The hallway is closed. Please take a seat.
Good afternoon, everyone. And for those in the back, if you want to join, this is a very interesting conversation we're about to have. I want to thank Matt for being here.
It's great to be here.
Cool. All right, so my name is Ben Kirshner. I'm the Chief Transformation Officer for the Commonwealth. And I'm going to give a brief introduction of Matt, and then we're going to jump into some policy topics, very interesting policy topics. So Matt Perot is the head of artificial intelligence policy at Andreessen Horowitz. Matt brings a wealth of expertise from his roles at A16Z, UNC Chapel Hill, and Meta, advocating for policies that empower startups and ensure U.S. leadership in AI. Today we'll explore how states like Pennsylvania can shape the future of AI through thoughtful policy, strategic investments, and global capital attraction, all while navigating market signals and fostering innovation. So, Matt, the first question I have is, Andreessen's been advocating for a little tech agenda. Why did you develop this agenda, and what are its key components?
So it's great to be here. I was last year, I think it must have been 2012 or so, for the President Obama's Council on Jobs and Competitiveness. Meta, then Facebook, was a member of the President's Council. Sheryl Sandberg was on it, and I staffed her when she came to Pittsburgh to see some of the great work that you guys are doing in tech and entrepreneurship. It was a really profound and extraordinary trip. It was great to see the administration's investment in the area, and it's wonderful to be back a little bit later and see the continued development of the tech ecosystem here, and I can't wait to hear more from your perspective about what you're doing to generate that and make it happen. So the Little Tech Agenda grew out of a concern that our co-founders Mark Andreessen and Ben Horowitz had about how the AI policy ecosystem was developing. They were seeing debates where people would say, industry is pushing in this direction, or we have a consensus around this issue. And that consensus and that industry reflected the views of primarily large companies. And I don't have issues with large companies. I worked at one of them. And when I ran my center at UNC Chapel Hill, we had financial support from many of them. But those companies don't often or necessarily represent the views of smaller companies. And in AI, we saw a direction of travel in AI policy that would have made it, I think, much harder for smaller companies, for companies like that you have in your state here and in this city, to grow and develop. A primary component of those AI policy models were really focused on regulating the development process. So the way that I sort of think about it is like you have two people in a dorm room at Carnegie Mellon, they're building tools, hasn't yet hit the market, no revenue yet. What are the things that they need to do from a regulatory perspective just to get that technology out the door? Historically, in software development, that stage has been relatively unregulated because we want those students, those researchers, those entrepreneurs to develop those technologies, and then when they put them out in the world, there's a lot of regulation that applies. The challenge in AI has been the primary initial focus of the regulatory environment has been on that development process with things like impact assessments or audit processes, sometimes that would attach to even the smallest companies. And when you're two entrepreneurs in a garage or a dorm room trying to build that technology, it's gonna be very hard for you to get that out the door. It's not as hard for the larger companies. And so in our view, it was gonna make it really challenging for an AI startup ecosystem to grow and flourish.
When we talk about building AI hubs of the future, what are the policy components that are most important in cultivating a thriving AI ecosystem?
Yeah, so I'm actually really interested to hear about your great work in permitting. Like that, we were talking about that before the panel. It seems like that's an essential and really important component of it. A couple others that I'd mention: workforce development, which I think is actually a bipartisan issue, making sure that workers have the skills that they need to succeed in an AI economy. AI literacy, so that people understand how to use the technology, how to use it responsibly. There are some states in the federal government that have looked at options to create federal or state resources that would lower barriers to entry for AI development. So, as I'm sure many of the people in the room know, it's hard to build AI models and to build frontier models, to build those technologies, because there are just natural barriers. You have to have access to data, you have to have access to compute, you have to have access to energy, you have to have access to talent. All of those things are incredibly expensive and challenging. And so there are things that state and federal governments could do to actually provide some of those resources for startups and researchers. And I think those kinds of models are really helpful. It's also important, I think, in our view, that this area is not just entirely deregulated. And that's something that people are often confused about with our policy position. Sometimes the conversations that just represent the polls, the so-called AI doomers and the AI accelerationists, I think neglect to consider that there are ways that you can regulate harmful use of the technology to help protect people, even if you're pushing toward economic development and innovation in ways that are important. And so if you clarify, for instance, that you can't use AI to violate state or federal consumer protection law, or use AI to violate state or federal civil rights law, or state or federal antitrust law, or criminal law, clarifying that and making sure that enforcement agencies are able to take steps to address harmful use when it occurs, I think will create a healthier, stronger AI market. And that's actually one thing, I know you have private sector experience, you might know this in a way that I didn't coming in, but one of the things that was surprising to me about venture capital is the long time horizon for our funds. So our funds are not 1, 2, 3, 4 year life cycles. Consumer-facing tech companies often have 4-year vesting cycles for the equity grants that they give. In venture capital, we expect our funds to pay out typically over roughly a 10-year time horizon. That economic structure, I think, is really important to understanding the kind of regulatory framework that would work from our point of view. So because we have that 10-year long time horizon, it means it's not in our financial incentive to juice the AI market for tomorrow, to have like a great 2026, booming AI markets in 2026, and then a crash in 2027 because people feel that their products are unsafe, or they're bad for our society, or they're disrupting labor markets in ways that are really problematic. That's not going to result in the kind of vibrant AI ecosystem that is good for us financially, and hopefully like good for the country and good for business. And so because of that, we need to ensure that there is some regulation to protect against those harmful use cases.
So AI innovation requires compute power, energy, talent, connectivity. You talked about this earlier. What should state and business leaders be thinking about when it comes to infrastructure investments to support AI innovation and growth?
So I'd love to turn that back to you in a second, because I know you're already putting that into practice. I do think this model, like at the federal government, it's called the NAIR, which I always get the acronym wrong because there's something about the double R's, but it's National AI Research Resource, I think. There's a similar model proposed in California called Cal Compute. And so ways for state and federal governments to centralize resources and then figure out how to provide access to startups and researchers, I think is really critical. There are obviously like a range of other things too, making sure that there's energy access. Again, I think like in the long term, making sure that workers have access to training programs and that students have access to strong AI literacy programs, I think is really, really valuable.
How does it affect the way your firm is allocating capital? So if startups are in a state that's not thinking about AI policy the way you just described, are they saying, hey, we'll fund you, but you have to move to a different state, you have to be in it, or if we're in a state like Pennsylvania, which is very good and AI friendly, does that help in their decision-making process, whether to invest in a company?
Yeah, so I think we are not quite there yet, but we're at the precipice. So there are a range of state laws that were introduced in this past set of state legislative sessions that some of them positive, many of them totally benign, but some of them that we think would be really challenging for startup development. So really insert regulation into that innovation phase of the AI development innovation process in ways that would make it harder, we think, for startups to get off the ground and to compete at the frontier with the already well-established large companies. Colorado has enacted one such law. One law passed that we have concerns about passed the legislature in New York, is on the governor's desk for signature. And then as we speak, there are a whole set of laws in California that are under consideration. And I think if some of those laws pass, it will affect the kind of guidance that we give to our portfolio companies about what the optimal markets are for them to base themselves in ways where they'll have the most ability to compete successfully. I think for me, coming into this, I started in this job in November. For me, coming into this job, the thing that I think has been clearest and is most daunting is the intensity of the competition, the pace of the innovation, and the challenge that startups face. Like, we want the frontier AI ecosystem to be competitive and diverse, and we're investing with hopes that that will be the case. And it is unbelievably challenging if you are, again, like the two co-founders of a company in a garage and you're trying to figure out how to compete with a company like Microsoft or a company like Meta. When I left the public policy team at Meta in 2019, there were 600 people on it. Many of the companies in our portfolio, sometimes much to my chagrin, because I would love to talk to heads of policy at our portfolio companies, don't have one. There are companies that don't have a general counsel. One of our portfolio companies had a general counsel, he left, and now their head of policy is playing both roles jointly. Those are companies that are just gonna really struggle to navigate a complex regulatory environment. And again, even if you don't take that hurdle, even if that hurdle is not part of the equation, it's already so difficult for them. We actually hear all the time, it's sort of bizarre, we hear all the time, or we think it's bizarre, I guess. We hear all the time when people will try to be reassuring to us, they will say, don't worry, this regulation isn't gonna apply to you guys, to your portfolio, it's just gonna apply to 3 or 5 companies that are building at the frontier. And we've heard that from prominent jurisdictions, prominent regulators, and I think they mean it in a reassuring way, like, don't worry, this is for just the large companies. But for us, it's a view of the market that we think is really troubling. We don't want frontier AI to just be driven by a small number of companies. We want it to be an area that large numbers of companies, including very small and at least initially poorly resourced companies, can compete in.
So with states moving at different speeds on AI legislation, what's the balance between encouraging experimentation and creating a regulatory patchwork that could stifle innovation?
Yeah, so I think trying to think of which side of the equation to start on. The patchwork, I think, is going to be really challenging because, again, if you are a smaller company and you're trying to think about how to navigate complicated regulatory hurdles, a patchwork just exacerbates that. There are some companies that can have a policy lead or a lawyer in every state. They can have 50 people throughout the country, or more than that. They can have entire state teams. The companies in our portfolio, I think, they're going to be unable to develop different rules for Pennsylvania versus California versus New York. And so a patchwork, specifically when the patchwork is related to AI development, like the fundamental process of innovation and science, is going to be really challenging. I agree with you about regulatory experimentation. Senator Cruz yesterday released a regulatory sandbox proposal, and sandboxes are ways for companies and regulators to experiment with different regulatory models. I think that's a fantastic thing. When I was an academic, I wrote about the value of sandbox type proposals. For some reason, I have no idea why, it's like on a long list of things that have been politicized for some reason. Right now, Republicans are a little bit more favorable towards sandboxes, Democrats are more skeptical, but I don't think you can implement them in various different ways, some that are more attuned to left-leaning concerns, some that are more attuned to right-leaning concerns, but the general idea is to encourage experimentation. I think that's a really positive thing. In tech in particular, there's not that much legislation, particularly at the federal level, that's passed in the last several years. I think one of the reasons for that is that the stakes are really high. Like if the idea is we have to pass a law and we have to get it right and it has to govern technology, which is rapidly evolving for the next 20 or 30 or 40 years, that's a really high bar, and I think that often makes policymakers freeze and not act. Experimental models, I think, give them a way to test different options. So like let's create a sandbox and see what kind of products are tested in it, and let's use that to get some understanding of products, to get some transparency about how they function, to look at how our laws map against the kinds of harms and benefits that we're seeing as a result of those products. That is super, super valuable. And so I think if states are adopting those kinds of experimental models, I think that's a positive thing. Our view is that in thinking, the question of what's the right role of the federal government and what's the right role of state governments is incredibly toxic right now. There's a
I was just going to ask you about that. That was my next question. Okay. So let's talk about that.
Okay. Well, I'm curious about it from your perspective as well. But this summer, there was a moratorium that was included in the reconciliation package. The name was clearly not focus group tested with state lawmakers. State lawmakers don't like to hear a moratorium on their ability to legislate. And so I think that framing was a really challenging one, and the perception of the moratorium was that it was going to be incredibly broad and frustrate states' ability to take action on issues that are important to states. And I think some of that was not matched by the actual text of the legislation, but some of it I think was accurate, and I understand those fears. And our view here is that the Constitution provides guidance that's incredibly useful, and so the Constitution gives a role to the federal government and it gives a role to the states. States do not have exactly the same role. State legislatures do not have exactly the same role as Congress, but they have an important role. The federal role is primarily to govern interstate commerce. And so when we think about the creation and development of a national AI market that would create companies in the United States that hopefully can compete globally in AI, which is of strategic and national security importance to our country, that's primarily a congressional role. That is not Congress occupying the field, because states traditionally have the ability to police harmful conduct within their borders. That will be very important in AI. That is not saying federal government acts and states do nothing. And a really good example is that there is criminal law at the federal level and at the state level, but the body of federal criminal law is pretty narrow. And I think if we were to just brainstorm the list of criminal laws that might be at issue in AI, most of them are going to be at the state level. And so when we are thinking about like how can we adapt our criminal laws to take account of harmful, problematic conduct in AI, that's an area where states are really going to lead.
So this is a two-part question. So if you could leave state policymakers with one or two actionable steps to take right now to support AI startups and entrepreneurs, what would they be? And also at the federal level.
Yeah, so I think these centralized compute resource bodies are a really key one. I'm chomping at the bit to transition to you telling us a little bit about what the good work that you guys have done here, because I think some of the work in permitting, for instance, it's really important. Well, actually, should we just pause there? Do you want to talk a little bit about that, and then I can talk about why it's good for startups?
Well, no, let's answer your federal. Okay. Let's answer your federal. I'm interviewing you.
So I think the streamlining bureaucratic processes that stand in the way, that are barriers for companies to get what they need. And I'm deliberately being vague there because there are any number of different things that might be what they need. Those improvements are, I think, inherently pro-competitive. It's not just that they're good for industry, it's that they're good for ensuring robust competition and innovation. And that's because small companies are going to be poorly positioned in moving licenses through a licensing process. They're going to be less likely to know the people who can cut the corners and make things move faster. They're less likely to have the people who can just follow up. They're less likely to have the communications teams that can frame what their needs are. And so trying to streamline some of the processes for energy access and all the various different things that startups might need to thrive in AI, I think is a really good step for governments to take.
And what about the state? From the states, if you can wave your magic wand in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, so I think all those things apply at the state level. I think the thing, there are any number of different investment incentives and things along those lines that I think are really critical. The thing that I'm not sure this is the most important component of it, but the thing that I'm up in the middle of the night worrying about, really the North Star in my thinking now is what are the policy frameworks that can be responsive to concerns that people have without shutting down competition and that are positive for startups. And so, sometimes in this debate, people will say infinite AI is positive, and then you hear on the other side, any AI will kill us all. And what the approach that I'm trying really hard to take is to take the fears as a given, not to tell people that they shouldn't be scared, but to take them as a given. And then to think about what are the frameworks that we can put in place to address those fears. And I don't think we're in this weird spot where the policy ideas that we've had over the last 5 years, but certainly primarily since the release of ChatGPT, have really focused on one particular approach, which is regulating development and impact assessments and audits and those kinds of procedural approaches. I just read this great book called Recoding America by Jen Palka, where she has this amazing line, which is paperwork favors the powerful. And a lot of those proposals, the development-oriented proposals, are paperwork-focused proposals. I think if we strip down if we didn't know the debates that had unfolded over the last couple years, and you were saying to me, I'm really concerned that AI is going to harm me. What can we do to protect against those harms? I don't think we would be talking about impact assessments. I don't think you would be saying, I'm going to feel a lot of comfort if you write a report on all the ways that your tools might, in theory, harm me. And instead, we would be thinking, how can we make Pennsylvania's consumer protection law work better in a world where there's AI? How can we make Pennsylvania's civil rights law work better in a world where there's AI? And so I don't think that those are the things that are really necessarily kind of quote unquote key to attracting investment, but I think we have to get that stuff right to ensure a really long run healthy AI market.
All right, you got one question.
But I have so many. Can we talk, let's start with, can you tell me about, there's lots of impressive, significant investment activity here in Pennsylvania now, and it seems like that's been accelerating in the last several months. What do you think is key to that acceleration?
So I think there's a bunch of things going on. First, I want to give a shout out to our hometown hero, Secretary Rick Seiger. 3 claps, good, okay. He's done a tremendous job leading our economic development, our DCED organization. He came in, thank you, Farnham, I think Farnham's over here. Thank you for giving him to the administration from CMU. He built an economic development strategy, the first economic development strategy in 20 years. And I think that also just set the framework for our success as an administration. When we first started, the way I explained to the governor with economic development, he's a basketball guy. There's a 5-on-5 game going on, and there's a bench with 5 states on it. So there's 20 people in the game, 20 states in the game. And I go, Gov, we're in the locker room, right? We were not on the field. And so Secretary Seiger, leading DCD, has done a tremendous job to, as you guys have heard from some of the announcements earlier, I think with the AWS announcement a few months ago, plus the Energy Summit, the $90 billion, the largest economic development deals in Pennsylvania history are happening right now in Pennsylvania, and it's tremendous. Over $110 billion of announced deals, and there's a lot in the pipeline. We heard a lot about permitting on the last panel, and that's really why I'm here. That's why the governor asked me to do this job, to cut the red tape and make it easier for businesses, large or small, to do business in Pennsylvania. So we built the Office of Transformation, and if you don't know about the office, you can just Google OTOPA, and you can find out all the great work we're doing. But essentially, we started with a toolkit of 3. We didn't really have a toolkit for permitting in Pennsylvania. So the first thing we did is built the service layer. So we hired and took the best of the best from each of our agencies that issue permits and brought them to the governor's office. So a few of my teammates are here today. Michelle from PennDOT, Jesse's our project managers here. So we took people from DEP, PennDOT, Ag, brought them into the governor's office and created this service ladder. The second thing we did is we created, in governor's first week in office, he did an executive order to do permit reform in Pennsylvania. So the end result of permit reform was the first in the country money-back guarantee on all permits, licenses, and certifications that the Commonwealth issues across the 22 agencies. So we brought the accountability back. We know that you don't want your money back, you just want your permit because speed is everything, and we don't want to give you your money back. But what we thought would, some of us thought would backfire, actually what we're hearing from our agency partners is it gives people a scoreboard. They actually know they're doing a good job now. If they don't have to give a refund, that's a win. And I'm proud to say we're coming up on 2 years in November of launching this product, and it's on every one of our websites on pa.gov. The product is called Payback, and in issuing over hundreds of thousands of permits, licenses, and certifications across the Commonwealth, we've given out 5 refunds, which is really, really impressive. It shows that the government, the agencies are really, really moving at the speed of business. And then the third component is we built a fast track product, which one of my colleagues, Jesse, is here who runs, and we built dashboards to give transparency to the system. So now we have service, we have accountability, and we have transparency in our permitting system. And in a lot of these situations, we're the first and only state in the country to offer these types of services. And I think that's also helping bring people and bring business to Pennsylvania because they know we're business friendly, we're open for business, we get it, speed, and we help out every size business. So
why do you think it matters in AI specifically?
So in all different parts of the ecosystem, whether it's a data center or you're a small company just trying to navigate the permitting system, speed matters, time matters. When you're building these tens of billions of dollars of data centers, every day matters, right? If you can get live one day faster, that could be worth hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars depending on how much capital you're investing. But even for the barbershop, if you get your barbershop license, which used to take 8 weeks and now it takes same day, you're up and running, you're feeding your family, you're hiring people, you're creating revenue for the state. So speed matters, this administration matters. And Secretary Sagar's done a tremendous job leading us in commerce, but also the other secretaries in our administration, from Secretary Walker in Labor and Industry, and Secretary Carroll in PennDOT, Secretary Shirley at DEP. This is a full government approach. Everyone is rowing in the same direction, all led by our governor, who made it a priority in his first week that speed matters, permits matters, we're open for business, and every agency has been rowing in the same direction, and it's tremendous. And I can tell you, the data speaks for itself. By the time our administration is done, it's the most dollars ever in economic history is coming to Pennsylvania under our administration, and we have a lot more to announce coming up.
So you're talking, I mean, I think like the general theme is being responsive to what people and businesses are bringing to you. There's been a lot of thinking, we've seen it like in the National AI Action Plan, certainly lots of stuff in the press, in other states, about how AI can make government more responsive to people and provision of government services. So how is that part of your responsiveness agenda?
Yeah, so you'll hear this a little later, but if you haven't heard it yet, Pennsylvania was the first state to license ChatGPT out of any state government, which is really cool. And I'm on the AI Council for the state. So I've been using ChatGPT for a while, but the use cases are tremendous. And we're looking at so many different interesting use cases. From the way we do reporting, we do a lot of internal reporting, as you can imagine, a lot of manual reporting. So using AI to help automate reports is something that's saving tons and tons of time. We're looking at our regulation to help people navigate, and actually in DCD, if you're going to start a business in Pennsylvania, whether it's a restaurant in Pittsburgh or a restaurant in Harrisburg, there's a different requirement set that you need to navigate through for permitting. And so just using AI to help make your navigation experience within the state that much easier. So everything to do with customer experience, customer service is a natural one, right? So it's right now you might call to one of our agencies and spend a lot of time on the phone. Well, if we can use AI for customer service to help, not replace people, but use AI on tap, we say at the government, use AI on tap, not on top, and free people up so we can be more responsive to the citizens who might need to call. You know, my daughter's turning 16 and she's getting her license, and if I can just go to PennDOT's website and find out really quickly all the things I need to do for that versus calling in, right? It's going to save me a lot of time. I'm the type of person that I don't want to necessarily speak to someone. And then my parents who don't know how to use computers very well, like they'll want to talk to someone. So we'll have people available to help our different citizens with their different needs. So there's lots of different use cases. We meet every month or so, and we look at all the different use cases that are brought to the council to evaluate, does it meet our requirements to go live? Is it within the rights that we have to use it? Obviously honoring privacy, of course, first and foremost. So we have a whole system. There's lots of great use cases, but ultimately the beneficiaries are going to be the citizens of the Commonwealth.
I think it's so inspiring for me to hear the ways in which you're jumping in as opposed to leaning out. And I think we see that with lots of different introductions of technology, that people see the risks, they hear about the risks, and the instinct is to pull back as opposed to jumping in. I mean, in your response, you were talking about you're not just jumping in blindly, like you're trying to deploy the technology responsibly, to understand potential risks, to deploy it in a smart way, but you're jumping in. And I think that's so profound and meaningful. There was a recent Stanford, like in the last couple of weeks, a Stanford study about labor disruption. And the headlines were about how AI is potentially replacing younger post-college entry-level workers. And like the charts are like this, you know, they're kind of like unsettling to see. And the authors of the study are not like anti-AI types. And so they were really like, you know, it's sort of a measured way to approach the issue. And if you just read the headlines, they seem ominous. And I was reading an interview that the journalist Derek Thompson did with the authors of the study today, and it's like toward the bottom of the interview, it finally comes out that actually what they were seeing is that AI usage amongst older employees was higher than AI usage amongst younger employees. And so they actually, like, the finding is not AI is just displacement, but part of the finding, I think this is probably a little bit simplistic too, but part of the finding is that using the technology enables you to thrive in the workforce. And so part of the conclusion is we need to do a better job of, this goes back to your question about what can we do to support businesses and, you know, development in a state, is to ensure that people are using the technology in a responsible way, but also educated about how to use it effectively in the workplace, and that will minimize labor disruptions.
Yeah, and look, people ask, like, other states call us and they ask, how are you doing what you're doing? What should we do? And look, at the end of the day, it starts at the top. It starts with leadership. Governor Shapiro has given us the permission to experiment, right? Obviously with guardrails, but when you have the person at the top, the leader at the top saying, we want to do this, we want to lead the country, we want to make sure our citizens are prepared, our workforce is prepared, you know, I think kudos to him for taking this initiative. Back in 2023, he's been pushing this, so this didn't happen like last week. So I think we're out of time. The zeros just went off. Thank you guys very much for being here. Thank you, Matt, for coming up to do this.
Thanks a lot.
AI Horizons guests. We will now take a quick break. Our next session will begin shortly. AI Horizons guests. Please welcome to the stage Head of Responsible AI at BNY, Christopher Martin.
Can anybody else hear that music still, or is that just me? I got a little bit of a dance party going on up here. Yes, no? Okay, well here. Hey guys, can you hear the music coming out of the speaker here? Can you kill that maybe? I mean, I know there's the Chris Martin like Coldplay bit, but nobody really wants me singing. Thank you very much. Excellent. Thank you, everyone. I'd like to welcome all of the attendees of AI Horizons 2025 to our session on financial services and AI. In line with the AI deployed theme of this year's event, during today's session, we'd like to highlight real-world stories of how we are applying AI to run our company better and be more for our clients. Our session will consist of two parts. Can we make the slides appear, please? There we go. Great. Thank you very much. Session will consist of two parts. First, actually very timely, building on Zico Coulter's comments during his earlier keynote, my colleague Teddy Cho, who serves as the divisional CIO for our markets team, will share insights on just how quickly AI's growing capabilities are transforming the way software is written. Second, I'll invite two more of my colleagues from BNY to share details on how we are investing in our workforce so that everyone can successfully put AI to work, as well as additional use cases that are already delivering value to our firm and our clients. So let's get started. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Teddy Cho.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm a software engineer, and I'll be sharing some data points about AI and software engineering at my bank. So first, let's level set. How capable is AI really? Well, these four benchmarks show that actually AI models are incredibly strong. Let's take an example. GPQA. Across three subject areas, biology, chemistry, and physics, these are PhD level questions, 200 of them, and they're Google proof. So if a non-expert such as myself tried to take this exam, I would score in the low 20%. PhD students in one of these three areas will score in the mid-60s. All of these four AI models are scoring 80 or higher. So when we use AI, we are actually using a dozen PhDs at our fingertips. But I suspect most people don't know this, because in order to get a PhD answer, you have to be able to ask a PhD level question. How many people really know how to do that? But another thing you can see across all these AI benchmarks is that AI is saturating almost all of them. So, two organizations, Scale AI and the Center for AI Safety, decided to create the hardest benchmark for AI known to mankind. What they did is they sent out requests to thousands of subject matter experts and researchers across all academic disciplines and asked for the hardest questions in their field of study that AI could not answer, and they offered to pay up to $5,000 a question for these. And they created Humanity's Last Exam. These are the hardest questions known, and they've collected 3,000 of them. It went live earlier this year. When it first went live in January, AI could barely answer any of these questions. But there's another thing happening with AI models. They're doubling in terms of AI capability every 6 months. So that is the Moore's Law equivalent of AI. We're in an exponential growth phase around AI capability at the moment. So, ChatGPT 5 came out last month. It's now answering 42% of the questions correctly of the 3,000 questions. These questions are so difficult. If you're not an expert in that field, it's hard to understand what the questions are even asking. Pretty soon, there will be no questions that AI cannot answer that humans know the answer to. And we're very close to that phase. Very exciting. Now, let's move to my area of focus, software engineering. In the 1980s, one of the most popular software coding languages was C. It's complex, it's error-prone, and you required specialists with years of experience to be able to write this code. Now, this code basically prints out today's phase of the moon. Lots of things in the world have changed with software over the last 40 years. We've got great new things like Google Search. We have fun things like Netflix streaming videos. And we've got great productivity tools like iPhones, right? All of this was enabled by software. And so we no longer really use C very much. The most popular programming language today is Python. But look at this. This is the same program written in Python to generate today's phase of the moon. You don't have to read Python. You don't have to know C. It's still complicated. So even though the world has been changed by software over the last 40 years, the reality is that the process of building software is very complicated. And you need subject matter experts with years of experience. They're very expensive. And that's the world we live in today. But there's a game changer now. With AI prompting, you can just simply say, write me a program that generates today's phase of the moon. With this capability that AI creates, everybody who can read and write can become a potential software engineer going forward. Now, this style of coding, it's called vibe coding in the AI industry. You can't yet actually write mission-critical systems by vibe coding, okay? If I were to give you an analogy, vibe coding is like going on a date. It's fun and it's easy, and then you forget about it the next day. Whereas when you write mission-critical enterprise systems, like at my bank, you have to water, feed, take care of the code every single day, like a marriage, and you have to work at it. That is the difference between vibe coding, but the fact that it can do this today means that tomorrow you can just imagine the changes that are coming to the software industry. I believe that over the next 1 to 2 years, software engineering is going to be the first industry of size that AI completely changes. So, what do AI companies think about this? AI companies are working really hard to automate software engineering through AI. The reason AI companies do this is because they know programmers are expensive, and they know that every industry in the world runs on software. So they know that there's a lot of software programmers. And if AI companies, by licensing their models, can actually automate away 30%, 60%, 90% of software engineers, the companies that hire software engineers will absolutely pay up to do that. So it's commercially a really good idea for AI companies. Another reason AI companies like to do this is because, as I mentioned, the Moore's Law of AI, every 6 months, that means they need immediate feedback to improve their AI models. It turns out software engineers like to use AI. So AI adoption is very quick in the software engineering industry. Second reason, when the code is generated, you run the code, you can immediately see whether it works or not. Incredibly fast feedback loop that then goes back to the AI company to incorporate and then actually improve their AI for the next 6 months. So this is a great win-win situation for AI. And the companies that actually hire software engineers, they'll love to actually use AI because software engineers, they get bored, they resign, they go to sleep, whereas AI models don't have to do any of those things. So it's a win-win for both the companies that employ software engineers and the AI companies. So if you write enterprise mission-critical code like the way I do, what is the current situation? Well, writing mission-critical systems, it's complicated. You have to be smart. Turns out GPT-5 Pro scored 148 on the IQ test given by Mensa Norway. To give you some perspective, a year ago, the best AI model scored an IQ test of 93. So we went from sub-average human to genius level in a single year. This is the 6-month doubling of AI capacity that I mentioned earlier. We also need AI to write code. OpenAI took their AI model, entered into an online coding competition. 1 million programmers have taken that competition test. That competition is called Code Forces. And AI beat 99.9% of the human competitors. So it can write good code. Now, it turns out, even though it is very smart and it can write good code, it's not quite at the stage for mission-critical systems. But it's only a matter of time. Because 6 more months, 12 more months, you can only imagine what it's going to do. Let me tell you a story from a few developers that I work with at BNY. So we've rolled out coding assistants to all the software engineers at my company, and we've learned a few lessons. First is that the value of AI models do not accrue equally to every software engineer. I mentioned earlier that to get a PhD level response, you have to ask a PhD level question. So as a result, our expert software engineers who know how to create good prompts because they know software engineering in depth, they're getting much more value than a junior engineer. So the divide between people who have a lot of knowledge and the people who do not is actually increasing with the use of AI. Another thing that we've seen is something that Donald told me, another software engineer in the bank. Donald said that he's glad that we've rolled out coding assistants to everybody, all the software engineers in our bank, because he can easily see now that the productivity difference between an AI-forward company is going to actually be so much higher than an AI-slow company. So as a result, he said if we were not AI-forward, he would have to leave because he just doesn't think the company would be around in 10 or 5 years. So that's how strongly he believes we need to be an AI-forward company because he uses this product every single day. Another software engineer, Mark, I think he gets a dopamine rush every time he uses AI to generate code. So as a result, that's what he optimizes for when he uses AI. He's generating more than 50% of his code every day using AI, and that's well above the industry average. And then finally, let me share a story from Mike. Mike uses AI to see if AI can actually write the code in a better, simpler way than he would have written it. What he's really doing is he's trying to find the move 37 of software programming. What does that mean? 10 years ago, Google created AlphaGo to beat the world champion in the game of Go. Move 37 that AlphaGo made in that game completely bewildered all the experts that were watching. Even though this game has been played by humans for 1,000 years, there was no study or research that showed why that move would have been made. The human grandmaster ended up losing. And since then, no human can actually beat an AI in Go or any other game. So when Mike says he's looking for AI to actually write the code better and simpler than him, he's actually looking for that code because he knows once he sees it that that's the move 37 and no software engineer alive will be able to beat AI. So sometimes I give this presentation internally to my software developers, and then they come to me and they say, Teddy, are we going to be out of a job? And I tell them 2 things. First, if you think your job is writing that Python program that you saw earlier, yeah, in a year or 2, I think it's gone. But if you think your job is actually decomposing complex business processes and automating workflows and business optimization, then I think you're going to be doing it just 3 times, 10 times faster with AI. Another thing I tell them is this. There was a certain number of bank tellers employed by the banking industry before ATM machines were invented. Today, 40 years later, there are more bank tellers today than before ATM machines. So it's very hard to tell the future. All I say is try to actually use AI as effectively as Mark, Donald, and Mike, and then we won't have to worry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Teddy, thank you very much. I think, again, building on the keynote of Professor Coulter earlier today, I think that was a lot of insight about just how quickly this stuff is coming and the impact on really important professions that we have, including software engineering. So next, I'd like to welcome a couple of my colleagues on stage. So first, I'd like to welcome Mike DeMissi, who's head of applied AI at BNY. And then next, Rachel Lewis, head of payment operations at BNY.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. Mike, who's my boss, by the way, so clap extra hard for his answers. Maybe let's start with you. Really an important part of what we do at BNY is empowering our colleagues, everyone at BNY to take advantage of this AI opportunity. Can you share a little bit about our approach and maybe some takeaways for our members of the audience here?
Sure thing, Chris, and great to be with all of you here. So as you just heard from Teddy and from Zico earlier, AI is immensely transformative capability, and that conviction is what we have at the firm, right? And so if you have that level of conviction that it's going to really just change everything that we're going to do in a profound way, empowering our people is really central to the strategy. Why it is, it's the right thing to do. It fits perfectly with our strategy. It's the right thing to do for clients because clients can get better services. They can get faster outcomes. They can get actionable insights. Our employees would be better equipped actually to get them the right solutions. It is the right thing for the firm because the firm can actually be more efficient. They can, as a firm, we can create more leverage. We can run, we can do more without resources. That's true to a platform company, right? So that's really how we can create operating leverage. This is the right thing for our shareholders. And then from an employee perspective, you're acquiring the skills of the future, right? Like Teddy just talked about, how important this thing is going to be. So there's really hardly anything better that you can do than investing in actually, acquiring that skill. So, so we share that. So it's really very deliberate. And so what are we doing? We're making state-of-the-art AI capabilities available to all our employees. Virtually, 97% of our employees actually are using our proprietary AI platform called ELIZA. So they have access to that, which is really important. And then learning. This is a space that is continuously changing, so you really need to actually continue to invest in learning. More than 90% of our employees actually have taken at least a course on AI. And learning is one thing, having access is one thing, but if you don't actually practice it, you're not going to be good at it, right? So it's really, you need to build that muscle. You really need to actually, use it. And again, more than 40% of our employees actually have built custom GPTs. So it's really become now a fabric of everything that we do, and which is awesome. That's precisely what we wanted to see, so we can be there for tomorrow.
Thanks, Mike. And for those of you who haven't gotten a chance to check it out, we have a booth back staffed by actually very many homegrown members of our AI Hub team, alumni of Carnegie Mellon here in Pittsburgh. So please, over the course of the next day or so, please go take a look, and you can learn a little bit more about what Mike's talking about here. Rachel, really, you helped to lead one of the most important functions of BNY in operations. For those of the members of the audience who are not in banking, which included myself up until a couple of years ago, maybe can you say a little bit about what operations is to set the stage, and then also why AI has the potential to be so transformative in this area?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll start off with giving a bit of colour, because BNY is critical to the global financial system. Today, just to give you some context, we support $55 trillion worth of assets under custody. Every day, we support the settlement of $19 trillion worth of trades. And daily, we support the processing of between $2.5 trillion and $3 trillion worth of payments a day. So we're very critical to the financial infrastructure. And to support us doing all these activities, we have great applications and technology that supports us. But despite that, and despite having lots of straight-through processing rates, right? We have high STP rates. Every day in operations, like the engine room that sits behind that, to make sure those trades settle, to make sure that those payments go. And every day, we're fixing data. We're fixing simple data issues. So within operations, they're fixing account numbers, value dates, routing codes, broker codes, and so on, to make sure all those transactions settle as they should be for our clients. Now, how does AI help us? Well, we have built, using Eliza, that Mike mentioned, we have built digital employees and agents. And those digital employees and agents, they sit alongside our people. And they work together to process these transactions, fix them, in a much quicker way. And actually, how we do it today is we have a digital employee that may make the first decision, and then a human that then checks the work. So we have this human-in-the-loop approach, and that helps our speed and velocity. But not only that, we can use digital employees and agents to help actually put all the required information in front of a person as quickly and efficiently as possible. So if I want to answer a client query or investigation, and I require data or information from multiple sources, I can use those digital employees to be an aggregator to gather all that information and put it in the hands of the person that's making the decision. Previously we would have to swivel chair to all of these different places, to maybe make these complex decisions. But more than anything, it's allowing our people to actually spend more time on those complex issues and figuring out how can I add more value to my client interactions? What data insights can I find? What trends can I see? How can I spend more time with my clients to tell them, why we're fixing all these data problems? Just keep them so much more informed. So essentially, AI gives us great potential. It transforms how we do things every day. It's going to transform our operating model because now we have our people managing digital employees and agents as part of their workforce, as part of their capacity. And it's just making the job so much more interesting. People are learning more data skills, they learn more about trend analysis, and it's just more interesting than doing repeat tasks, every day. And essentially, we're just at the start of this. We're very, very early in the journey. We have, yes, digital employees and agents live, but there's just so much more potential. And, it's just a really exciting time to be able to, use AI on our day-to-day.
Rachel, thanks for that. One of the things that you mentioned is this concept of digital employees. And I think this is something, when we introduced this term, our CEO, Robin Vince, who will be on the stage just after us, when he introduced this term, I think it was something that really kind of captured the imagination of a lot of people and helped to make this real. I think also what you mentioned, Rachel, is, you talked to our colleagues at the firm and, somebody who thought, maybe I would never be a manager, well, but maybe you're a manager of a digital employee, someday. And I think it also kind of changes a little bit of that, again, just as Teddy was framing earlier, what does it mean, what does it mean to be an expert or at the top of your profession? That will evolve over time. I think that digital employee concept, I think, is also causing all of us to think about what that would look like. Mike, again, maybe also building off of Teddy's talk, we talked about digital employees, what that would mean in operations. Can you say a little bit more about how we have digital employees, helping our software engineers?
Sure. Just building on what Rachel, just talked about. So, first, I mean, if you, demystify what agents and digital employees, if you think of an agent as an AI system that can learn, reason, and act, now, you can see how that can be useful in everything that we do day to day. And digital employee just takes it a step further. So how? You can think of it as a team of really agents that can go after, a set of complex tasks. But they do have an identity. So there's a persistent identity that you can assign to them. They would be given permission to access to systems. They would actually also have a virtual computer. So you've got everything that you need to really just go and tackle workflow end to end. So that really just opens up all the possibilities. The one framework that I'd like to use is you can think of these agents in some ways giving you a superpower, right? Like let's say I'm preparing to go meet a client. I would like to have all the information that I need about that client with me. So by asking a question, I'll be able to, let's say, get from our internal systems, all our interactions, what they cared about, what their strategic priorities are with the service level, every detail that I need. But at the same time, from publicly available information in terms of what have they said, what has been the recent news, what is actually the sector that they're in experiencing, anything that I would need to know. All that stuff can be made available to me, let's say, in a matter of minutes. It would have taken a team of associates, right? Hours to really just assemble that. So now that's what I mean by it's actually giving you a superpower to do that. So that's one flavor. But then when you come to digital employees, it's not necessarily just as an extension of me doing my day-to-day, but I can actually just carve out a particular workflow and just completely outsource it. They can take care of it end to end. Rachel just gave us, one example of that. But if you, in the software space, for instance, fixing cyber vulnerabilities in the code is an important thing. It's a work that needs to be done. It may not necessarily be the most exciting work that people want to do, but it still needs to be done. Now what we have is these digital engineers actually can take on that task, and they can work round the clock and be able to do that. And this is not a concept. We do have more than 70 of these engineers today working round the clock. They've repaired more than 2,500 vulnerabilities. They've written more than 41,000 lines of code. So you can see this is not the future. This is really here and now. It's actually making a difference. It really is taking workload of people, and so we can really just do more complex, more high value add activities as well. So it's a very bright future. That's why we're quite excited. We have an amazing team here in Pittsburgh. Number of graduates, coming from Carnegie Mellon and others, who are really just leading the way and building these solutions that is going to give all our employees superpower, and at the same time give us a scale to actually even become more of a platform company than we are today. So it's a very exciting future.
Thanks, Mike. I think both of you kind of mentioned there's this concept in robotics, around we want to look for use cases for robots for jobs that are dull, dirty, or dangerous. And in some of the things that you mentioned, I don't want to liken software engineering to danger, but in terms of vulnerability of systems, right? I mean, you pick up newspaper every single day, and we see the need for this kind of capability. It's not that people are unwilling to do this. This is a part of the workforce. We just do not have enough software engineers out there to fix the problems at the scale that are popping up every day, especially as systems get more and more complex. So again, another way to think about how it's not necessarily, again, I think Zico talked about this in the keynote around the fear mongering. What do you call it? The robot apocalypse or whatever it is. There's also a ton of need that we have right now where we see AI applications in the form of these digital engineers that can help us in the challenges we have right now. Rachel, maybe kind of building on that theme and coming back to what you mentioned earlier. Again, you're seeing AI transform your business, every day. Like, what is it like how does it work end to end? How do you deal with this? How do you handle this every day?
Yeah, sure. And just linking on to what you were saying, a lot of the ops folks will say, automate the mundane or automate what you hate. So, we hear that a lot. So before I talk about, what's live, how we made it work, what it looks like, people often ask me, how did you even identify where you may use a digital employee or an agent in your workflow? And we've created essentially our own version of a human agency scale. So we are seeking out processes that we have high desire to automate and also high AI capability to do it. So the sweet spot is really where you have those repetitive tasks that we're doing every day with a very clear purpose. And we have a lot of those types of examples actually, in the payment space. And Mike and I, we talk about digital employees and agents interchangeably. And in the operations space, how we perceive an agent is basically an agent that's sitting in the workflow, seamlessly in the background, doing a deterministic task. And a really good example of that, and forgive me for this example, because I moved to Pittsburgh 10, 11 years ago, and for about 20 years, I'd never written a check. And then, so I was quite surprised when I came to the US, there's still a lot of checks in population. So, bills go out, and, people will write a check with their bill, and they will put it in an envelope, and they will send it to a lockbox center. Now, we have a lockbox center. Their machine opens the envelope, scans all the images, and then we would typically pass it to someone to then, key in those details into the check into a processing application. Today, in that workflow, we have an agent that captures the image of the check and does the first key into the system. So that really improves our velocity and our quality and our accuracy, because we've been able to train, the OCR to be able to do a really good job of capturing those details. So from an agent perspective, that sits in the background seamlessly, and then people in the work queue pick out, what the agent couldn't process, essentially. And then we have, so agents are very deterministic, if I can put it that way. It's probably the easiest way to relate to it from an ops perspective. Whereas digital employees are a little bit more sophisticated. They require maybe several types of inputs to be able to, make the decision. And they have their own credentials and persona. And actually, I can interact with it via chat, via Teams, and so on. So the digital employee we have live, some of the examples in the payment space. We have a digital employee that corrects country codes in a payment. Now, today, payments will be sent, people will include their address, but they don't naturally include the country. And rules and regulations say, you must have the country within the payment. We have a digital employee that does all the lookup based on the context of the address to add the country code. We have instances where, you add free text to your payment message, payment to Chris, whatever it may be. And there are certain code words, lots of payments, Chris, and there are certain code words that you have to use with that free text. So, our large language model, ELIZA, is able to see the context of that free text and make sure that they add the appropriate repair code that needs to go with that payment. And then last but not least, routing codes, or routing codes, I would say in my British accent. People put the incorrect ones. They maybe put the numbers in the wrong order, and the payment falls on the floor because that routing number doesn't exist. So we have the digital employee looking at the context of the payment and adding, those routing codes. So, but what's really cool about all this actually is, I said we can chat with the digital employees. So today, I can say, hey, how many payments are in the queue for, code words? How many payments are in the queue, for country repairs? What value are they? What clients are they? How urgent are they? Right, so all of this, it becomes now at my fingertips. And, we can kind of get that information very quickly, whereas before we had to sign into all these applications, right, to be able to find that information. And, in real life, what does it look like? So we have created a monitoring dashboard, if you like, for digital employees. That allows us to track the performance. So, how many transactions did I process? How long did it take me? And we can also open the mind, if you like, of the digital employee. Within that dashboard, I can see an audit trail of all the decisions that it made and why it made them. Sometimes with humans today, right, they get distracted, they maybe scrolled too far, click something, and maybe don't necessarily know why they did what they did. But now we can see every decision it made and how it made it and why it made it. And more interestingly, when we went live with the digital employees, we are tracking rejects, right? I said there's human in the loop, so digital employees are doing the work, and the human is reviewing the inputs. So when we went live, we were monitoring this dashboard, waiting for the rejects, because we were really keen to understand, what did we get wrong? Did we get something wrong with our prompts? Did we, give it the wrong context of what it was doing? First day in, we got a couple of rejects, and we were looking at these rejects. And actually, in every single instance to date, since we've gone live with the digital employees, the digital employee has actually been correct, and the human has been incorrect. And the reason why that is because we subconsciously have muscle memory, right? And we see certain transactions and we may make decisions on that muscle memory. And, standards change all the time. We train people, but maybe they didn't recall it. So we saw instances where payments were rejected at the approval stage because they were reviewing them based on past protocols, past context, and that was no longer relevant. So now we're actually seeing this as a really good training opportunity, for our people that review these transactions. Most of all, people say, what's the so what of all of this? So as I said in the lockbox example, much more improved velocity, much more improved accuracy, and in the payment space, our people are seeing 20% less repairs, which means they have much more time to do other things. In the payment space, we get lots of investigations, where people are asking about the payment. And we've been able to shift people to focusing on those investigations. Those investigations between banks used to last sometimes between 10 and 15 days before you can resolve them. Now we're getting to those things on the day that they're happening, because we're able to free up our people to really do those investigations. So ultimately, we're creating a much better client experience because things are sitting in queues for lesser. We're moving from days to hours and minutes. We've really uplifted our controls on our quality, because we've got much more information at our hands in a quicker way, where it took us a long time to get that information. And it's just allowing us to grow and scale much quicker than we've been able to before.
Yeah, thanks, Roy. I think a great pattern or a lesson learned for the audience too is expanding the scope of what is routine. such that humans, we can do best to what's the novel or what have we never seen before. So, all those payments coming in, all this stuff coming in, whatever that is for anybody's business, expanding the scope of like, hey, listen, I can handle this, with more automation, such that when something weird shows up, and the world's always weird, then you have humans that are able to spend more time there.
Absolutely. And we had lots of skeptics, right, initially. But now they love it, because now I'm not sitting there fixing routing codes, code words, and all those things that really not that exciting to do.
And if we still have a couple minutes, I'd like to come back to you in a second on that Rachel. Mike, you mentioned earlier, about a part of our talent strategy, and to do a little bit of a Pittsburgh plug, and you'll hear more about this in a few minutes from our CEO and President Jahanian from CMU, but is our collaboration with Carnegie Mellon. In preparation for the event, went on, and anybody can look this up. By the way, you can go and there's a CMU hosts a website where you can go and look where the graduates go, right? Where they've gone in the country or internationally, what companies. And so, BNY, we're actually the #1 destination for graduates from the prestigious Master of Software and Artificial Intelligence Innovation program at CMU. Again, #1 program in the country. The next companies down are all the ones you imagine, right? Hyperscalers, tech companies. So the competition out there it's no slouch. And so my question, Mike, is not, yay us, right? Great, that sounds great. And as a proud CMU alum, good job us, but that's not really the point. Is, Mike, what do you think, what are lessons that we can share with the broader audience? When I tell people this, they're like, oh, I could never recruit, a CMU student, or they would never come here. But if you go down the longer tail of the list, there's actually a lot of companies. They're just hired 1 or 2 or whatever student. So, what's the value proposition that we offer our new graduates that we're able to successfully recruit and retain, such that maybe others could replicate that success?
No, absolutely. So it's absolutely central to our strategy, because if we don't have the right talent to really push the envelope in this space, you're not going to go far. Yes, so the talent base that we have here and the leading AI programs, they have the choices. People can go any of the top companies in the world, right? And so what's in it? Why they would pick BNY? So a couple of things. Rachel touched on it earlier. There's not many firms in the world that can say, really, you touched 20% of the world's investable assets. $19 trillion worth of clearing that is going through your pipes every single day. 55 trillion assets in custody. These are just massive numbers. With that comes 2 things, right? So one, you're operating at a scale that very few firms do. 2, it is mission critical, so you actually have to get it right. It's not optional. This is not a bench experiment. So think, high performing talent see that challenge, right? So that's really a unique position to come in and actually make a difference. And then they also see that we take this space seriously. This is a priority for us. You're going to hear from Rob in a few seconds. This is an area that we're investing in as a firm. And so you're coming into a place where you're going to be empowered. You're going to actually get to work on these really tremendous problems. And you have that opportunity to do it day one. Just ask people who've been with us a year and ask them what they've worked on. So that's really a unique opportunity, but something that we take pride in. We don't take it for granted. We know people have choices. We want to be that destination of choice. And we're quite excited with this collaboration. We're going to continue to invest in that. And the sky's the limit.
Thanks, Mike. Rachel, we got 1 minute. Maybe I'll give you the closing word. I think it can be scary, all this, and it sounds like you've been able to work with your team, in order to get many people, maybe not everybody, to embrace the change. Any final thoughts or advice you'd like to share with people about navigating this kind of potentially scary but also opportunistic change management moment?
Sure. More than anything, it's focusing on enabling our people. Everything's difficult when you don't know how. Everything's scary when you don't know what it means. So, Mike was talking about how we've made AI available to everyone in the firm. But then, giving them the safe space to experiment, to learn, to try things. When we first created these digital employees, we had a lot of learning to do. We had no idea what it meant, what it looked like. And it's taking all of your people on that journey and giving them the space to learn.
Thanks, Rachel. Great answer and perfectly on time. Thanks, everybody, for joining our session today. Please stick around for more.
AI Horizons guests, we will now take a quick break. Our next session will begin shortly.
do you mean? Say it again?
I want announcements made. Everyone has to either exit the corridor or come have a seat.
Okay.
You start making those announcements.
You want me to do them?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would start making announcements for the next session. We're going to need quiet in the hallway. I would do it several times.
You want me to start in the next
What
few
time
minutes?
is it supposed to start? What time?
Right now.
Okay, push it now.
All right.
Right now. Turn the music off.
Give me.
Yeah, go ahead. Everyone has to take a seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to begin. If there is anyone in the corridor, please make your way to a seat or out of the corridor. Thank you.
We're going to do it like 3 or 4 more times. Okay. I would keep doing it. We got it. And anybody, any casual talking, please take it to the other side.
Got it.
Or go take a seat. I would do it like 3 more. Okay.
I'll just make sure you had signal because it didn't show like channel number.
You told me to make the announcement. We have the full. You putting me on jobs while I'm on a show? No. That's a bit advice. Hey, the governor is speaking. You need to go down to the end. How far back is that? You need to go to the end. No, I know that. How far back? They're making noise. Any of you guys, if you want an audio feed, there's a press box on the ground over here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to your seats. We are about to begin soon. If you are in the corridor and you are having conversation, please go to the back of the corridor. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to begin soon. If you are in the back corridor having conversation, take it to the far back or come up and grab a seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. If you have not found a seat, find a seat. We are about to begin shortly. Thank you.
respect. I'm not ready. Help me say.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The governor will be on soon. Thank you for your patience. If you are in the back hall, make your way to the main session room. Thank you.
AI Horizons guests, please welcome to the stage President, Google Customer Solutions, Salen Song.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, I'm Salen Song, and I lead Google's global small and medium business sales team. My team and I have the privilege of helping businesses of all sizes succeed through Google's AI products. And I've seen firsthand the impact that technologies like AI have on fostering economic growth. I grew up in a small town in Illinois where there was this amazing local ice cream shop that everyone loved. And over the years, I've seen their customer base grow from beyond our neighborhood as a result of using digital tools. Now you can even ship their ice cream across the country. This type of impact, seeing small businesses broaden their reach and grow, is what energizes me and gets me up in the morning. And that's why I'm excited to be here today. Google has proudly called Pittsburgh home since 2006, and we're grateful to be a part of this year's AI Horizon Summit, where we're kicking off Google's AI Accelerator for Pennsylvania small businesses. Yeah. Thank you. In July, Google announced plans to invest more than $25 billion in data center and AI infrastructure in the PJM region over the next 2 years. To support this investment and to ensure that everyone can benefit from AI, we're launching the Pennsylvania AI Accelerator, an initiative that offers free AI training to all 1 million plus small businesses in the state. There we go. Thank you. The Accelerator provides hands-on, in-person workshops that teach practical skills like writing effective prompts and brainstorming with AI. The first ever AI Accelerator workshop will be taking place this afternoon, and we hope the businesses in the audience can join us. In addition to the live events, Pennsylvania businesses will get access to online cutting-edge courses designed by Google at no cost. The goal is to help small business owners and their teams leverage AI for tasks like analyzing customer data, creating marketing newsletters, or streamlining repetitive work. Much like that ice cream shop from my hometown, many small businesses are using technology and AI to be more successful and competitive. New research from the US Chamber of Commerce found that 82% of small businesses using AI increased their workforce over the past year. And 8 in 10 small business owners credit technology like AI with helping them navigate and mitigate inflation and supply chain disruptions. AI is no longer a curiosity. It's a powerful tool that can give small businesses a competitive edge. And that's what Google's Pennsylvania AI Accelerator aims to accomplish. Today, we've heard from industry experts and leaders on how AI is transforming, let's face it, everything. And I'm excited for the next conversation with top executives and Governor Shapiro. I'd like to thank the AI Strike team for hosting this event and partnering with us, and also Governor Shapiro for his leadership and urgent direction that the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania invest in AI to further empower local workers and businesses. Thank you. I look forward to the panel ahead.
AI Horizons guests, please welcome to the stage President of Carnegie Mellon University, Farnam Jahanian.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's so good to be with you, and thank you all for being here. Let me start by expressing my gratitude to the members of the AI Strike team for organizing this, and also to Joanna Dovan. Let's hear it for them for a terrific conference. I also want to thank all the panelists and everyone else who's contributed to this dialogue. This, of course, convening underscores how Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania are not just participating in the AI revolution, but also helping to shape it. This afternoon, I have a privilege of moderating a conversation with three extraordinary leaders who are at the forefront of this transformation. Let me just introduce them, and then we're going to get to it. We are delighted to have the 48th Governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the Honorable Josh Shapiro, with us today. Thank you for joining us. Among Governor's many priorities, he has made advancing innovation and economic development a central focus of his administration, and his leadership is rooted in the idea that the Commonwealth's greatest resources will always be our creativity, collaboration, and of course, our people. Next, I want to welcome Robin Vince, President and CEO of BNY. A global financial services leader, headquartered, of course, in New York, with, as all of you know, deep and enduring roots here in Pittsburgh. Fortune has named BNY as one of the world's most admired companies. So happy to have you with us today, Robin. And finally, I'm pleased to introduce Dan Sumner, Interim CEO of Westinghouse, with us this afternoon over his 15 years at Westinghouse. Dan has held key leadership roles across the company, and today he's helping guide one of the world's most iconic firms as it's leading a new era of nuclear energy. Would you all please join me once again welcoming our three panelists. You know, we started a little bit late, so I want to get right to it. Governor, let's start with you.
Good to be with you.
Wonderful to be with you. Thank you again to three of you for joining us. This summer, you announced the Amazon deal, which is one of the largest investment in the States.
The largest ever.
I'm glad you corrected me. But I know you have more coming.
We do.
But more seriously, as the largest capital investment in the history of Pennsylvania and a powerful example of public and private sector aligning for building an AI-enabled economy. Tell us about this investment. Why is it important to Pennsylvania? Why is it important to the nation? And how industry, labor, educational institution can work together to make the most of this investment to benefit all of us.
Thank you, Farnam, and thank you for convening us for this conversation. And I especially want to thank Joanna Dovan for convening us. The extraordinary work and vision you've had that has led to this conversation today really, really matters. So thank you. We appreciate you. And I think that Amazon deal, that AWS deal, where we have an initial investment of $20 billion in 2 data center sites, and there will be more, one in northeastern Pennsylvania, one in southeastern Pennsylvania, and again, there is more in the works. To me, I think about that as providing the backbone for the incredible creative work that is happening in this room here, in your companies, at a great college like Carnegie Mellon University or at Pitt, developing the kind of technologies that are going to be needed
at a bank or at a company that's developing nuclear energy, I think that becomes the backbone for so much other economic opportunity in this Commonwealth. So I am proud of the fact that it's the largest private sector investment in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I'm proud of my team, led by Secretary Rick Seiger, who got it done because we as a Commonwealth now move faster than any other state when it comes to permitting, when it comes to getting big stuff done like that. But to me, that becomes the backbone for all of the creative genius that exists in this room, for developing the technologies that are going to allow us to grow our economy here in Pennsylvania, not just for a few years, but really, to me, this is a generational change. We have to understand that the revolution that is coming with AI is going to be a revolution much like the others in the past, the agricultural revolution, the industrial revolution, that has its roots firmly planted right here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, that develops, in this case, the technologies that are going to be used not just in Pennsylvania, but throughout the country and throughout the world. We were the epicenter of growth and development and revolution because of the coal under our ground, because of the steel that we've made here, because of the ingenuity of our farmers. And now this is the next chapter in our innovative growth as a Commonwealth, which is going to fuel growth in this country, fuel growth around the globe. And it happens because of AI, because of the development there of the technologies, because we've got the backbones in the facilities like what we are bringing to this Commonwealth. It all fits together, and we couldn't be more excited. And I'm excited to be here in the presence of all of you who are going to capitalize on these facilities to do amazing things in your respective companies.
Well, Governor, thank you, first of all, for that response. And once again, congratulations on the largest investment to date in the state of Pennsylvania. You also, I'm going to follow up with a question about actual jobs that are going to be created. You actually have talked about this, that these aren't going to be just engineering jobs and technical jobs. You've talked about that this is going to have a ripple effect across the economy, including skilled labor. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, first, we are going to hire over 10,000 tradespeople to build just those first two facilities. Each of those facilities will have about 1,200 permanent jobs in them. This is really different than sort of data center 1.0, the kind of stuff you'd see a lot in Northern Virginia. These are far more intensive, far more jobs are going to be created on a permanent basis there. For us, it is really important in this Commonwealth that we create a pipeline from our high schools and our trades right into these jobs that AWS and others are going to have here in Pennsylvania. So, as part of this deal, we gave AWS $0 of state money, but we invested $10 million in the local community colleges and local high schools to create that pathway for those jobs directly into those data centers. In addition to that, more broadly as governor, I have doubled our investment in Votech. They call it CTE now, it's got a fancy name now. We've also doubled our investment in pre-apprenticeships and apprenticeships because we believe that type of skilled labor is absolutely critical for these AI jobs of today and tomorrow. Not just building these facilities, but working in these facilities. So we are now focused on taking our middle schools and high schools and helping young people find opportunity, specifically in companies here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, both the companies that exist today and those that we hope will exist tomorrow. So we're investing a lot more in that skilled labor to give people an opportunity to succeed. Final point on this, and I mean this with all due respect to my dear friend Farnham, who oversees one of the finest universities in the entire country. If you think about the adult population in Pennsylvania, 62% of adults do not have a college degree. And for too long, the policies of government ignored those 62% and instead focused just on helping create a pathway to college. You want to go to CMU? Great. I couldn't get in there. But if you can get in there, great. And you're gonna have great opportunities ahead. But we can't ignore the 62% of people that aren't going to CMU. And we got to provide opportunity for them. And that's exactly the kind of Pennsylvania that we are building. And the companies that you have, the technologies that you're developing, the things that you're thinking about right now are going to create more opportunities for that 62%. I believe in that 62%. We are investing in them. We're creating opportunity for them, and I think AI can create even more opportunities for them.
Governor, I am so glad you mentioned this. In fact, when we've been together in the past, this issue has come up, that in the best of times, nationally, about only 35% of our population actually gets a college degree. So what do we do for the rest of the population? How do we bring them along? And I couldn't agree more with you that it is our moral responsibility as academics, government officials, industry participants, and so on, to make sure that we bring everybody along. Thank you, Governor, for that comment.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Robin, let's continue on the topic of collaboration. In fact, some of our audience members may know that we shared some big news earlier today announcing a new level of collaboration between Carnegie Mellon and BNY to develop technologies and frameworks that can ensure robust governance, trust, and accountability required for developing AI applications, including those that are powering the financial industry. Obviously, our two organizations have been working together for a long time, but this is a new collaboration that's aligned us essentially, especially in terms of new technologies for AI economy that we're building. What do you see as the potential impact of AI on financial services industry, broadly speaking? And also, if you can talk a little bit about this collaboration that we're launching together.
Well, sure. Well, let me just start by echoing the governor's comment about just thank you to Joanna, thank you to yourself, Farnham, for being here, and for everybody for hosting this great session. We've been part of the Commonwealth business community as a company for 150 years. BNY still has more people here in Pittsburgh than we have in our other hometown of New York. We are the Bank of New York, but we are a Pittsburgher too. We've been investing in our new headquarters building just a little distance away. We haven't, in fact, moved more than 5 blocks from our original location during our time. So we are old. We make CMU look young at only 150 or so years. But we absolutely believe in innovation. The only way that you get to be old is to constantly reinvent and innovate. And that's why it was just terrific to hear all of the comments that the governor was making about the Commonwealth and how the constant reimagination of the leading industries of the time to make the Commonwealth be able to be successful, to power the United States, and ultimately to make our place leading in the world. That's exactly how we think about our company at BNY. We are a leading financial services company, one of the largest, one of the 8 largest, most important banks in America, but we are at the forefront of innovation. So the collaboration that you talked about, Farnham, is the BNY AI lab at CMU. We've invested $10 million over the course of the next 5 years to make sure that we are going to be at the very forefront of the research of how AI can apply to our firm and our industry. Now, almost 100% of employees at our company, 50,000 people around the world, are already on the journey of learning about AI. That's the breadth. We need everybody to have the basic skills. And with those basic skills, they've become builders of agents. We have 100 digital employees currently in production, working alongside humans. We are encouraging depth because education, again, what the governor said is so important. We have to be able to bring everyone along on the journey. To be without AI skills is a very dangerous proposition in the future. AI is a technology that will ultimately make an enormous contribution to the world. We have to make it work for us, and we have to make it work for everyone who works with us.
Well, thank you, Robin. I have to tell you that we're equally excited about this partnership. I know a number of my colleagues that are here, a number of your colleagues are here. I'm actually looking at Chris Martin right there, sitting there. Truth is that we're just as excited about it, and we're looking forward to what lies ahead in our collaboration. Dan, let's go to you next. You joined a number of us in this room. In fact, the governor also joined us at the summit we held at CMU that was convened by Senator McCormick on energy and innovation. As you know, more than 900 people joined us, a number of CEOs, some of your peers were with us. And there were a lot of discussions about energy innovation. There were also discussions about role of AI. But one of the topics that came up was that this energy challenge that we face because of rapid advances in technology, including the role of data centers. In fact, New York Times has called AI a notorious energy hog, which is actually fairly accurate. McKinsey and Company have projected that global data centers capacity would almost triple by 2030, and that may actually be even an underestimation of what's going to happen, with 70% of this demand from AI workloads. So can you talk about Westinghouse, how you're meeting this moment, and how nuclear energy fits into this equation? What do you see as some of the greatest opportunities for your company to innovate in this space?
Absolutely, and I echo the appreciation for being here today, and it's an honor to be with BNY. We date back in this city to the same generation of incredible industrial leaders, and it's not lost on me that we're in a very similar moment today, so it's a pleasure to be here. At Westinghouse, we're all in on nuclear energy, and we're all in on AI, and we have deep conviction that to meet the needs and demands of AI, and for this country to win the AI race, nuclear energy is a key part of the equation. You may not realize that the Westinghouse of today is 100% focused on nuclear. Over 50% of the world's nuclear reactors are based on Westinghouse technology. And today we service over 50% of the world's operating reactor fleet globally. In addition to that, we are honored to have the leading construction-ready advanced nuclear technology that can be built in the United States today, the AP1000 reactor, an 1,100 megawatt advanced passive safety reactor that's leading its class in terms of construction readiness and deployability to meet the needs of AI today. Why is that important? As you all know, we won't get there to achieving our goals with AI without core baseload power, and nuclear is a big piece of the equation. And to your question, where's Westinghouse today? We're sitting at this incredible intersection of industry stakeholders that are coming together collaboratively to solve not how do you just build 1 or 2 reactors in this country, but how do you redeploy fleet-scale nuclear development? And so it's bringing together technology firms like Westinghouse. It's bringing together the hyperscalers that are represented in this room that are driving the AI demand and the demand for power. It's bringing together the constructors that are going to partner with us to build out these assets. It's bringing together the developers that are going to develop the projects and the land. It's bringing together private capital that has to help support financing these projects. And it's bringing together government, both at the federal and state level, and every tool that's available out of the toolkit from all of us to solve for the commercial models and the delivery models and the risk-sharing frameworks that are necessary to build nuclear at scale again here in the United States. And it's an awesome time. Westinghouse is sitting at this intersection, and we were honored for the governor to host us a few months back, and he said, what do you need to make this all happen? And we talked about all of those different pieces. He said, wait, that's it? Let's just go do it. Well, and that's the ambition. What we're trying to do here is hard. It's ambitious. But it's absolutely what's necessary to achieve our goals, both as a country here in Pennsylvania, for us individually as companies. There's no mission more critical right now than figuring out how to make this equation work. And we're sitting in the middle of all of that. And you talk about innovation. We've been blessed as a company to be an innovator for over 100 years. And in particular, with respect to our nuclear technology, we've been innovating the AP1000 for over 30 years. And we're honored today that we have 6 AP1000 reactors in operation, 2 here in the United States. And that started from deep roots in innovation, creating new technologies and ways to develop nuclear energy in safer, more productive manners, but also then building those reactors and taking all the lessons learned and applying it back through the designs with an innovator's mindset to say, how can we do this better? How can we do it faster? How can we do it with more cost certainty? And where we are today is to have nuclear technology with standard designs, fully optimized for constructability that's ready to meet the needs of building out the nuclear fleet here in this country at the scale that's required. And we couldn't be more excited. We're all in.
Well, thank you for that response, Dan. Governor, I do want to go off of script for a second and express my gratitude to you because you and Senator McCormick had a conversation at the summit, which I think was one of the most powerful moments of the summit because a Democratic governor sat with a Republican senator, and while you agreed that there are some policy differences, but there are a lot of things that you brought the two of you together to support and provide essentially benefits to our Commonwealth and to the nation. I want to give you an opportunity to talk about that because that got a lot of press. I know the president was there, a lot of other things happened, but also that received a lot of positive attention, especially in a divided country that we live in. It was very powerful to see you and Senator McCormick together.
Every single day when I go to work, my focus is on getting stuff done for the good people of Pennsylvania. And my view is the only way you get stuff done is you build partnerships and you collaborate. I happen to be the governor of what some have referred to as, the swingiest state in the entire country, right? We have one Democratic senator, one Republican senator. I'm a Democratic governor. I'm one of the only in the country with a divided legislature, meaning for any bill to get to my desk, for any law to be signed by me, it requires the votes of Republicans and Democrats. And so to me, that's not only how I'm wired to create partnerships, but it is a necessity in these challenging times that we find ourselves in, these polarizing times that we find ourselves in. And I realize that no matter what party you are, no matter who you voted for, no matter what your philosophy is on life, everyone in this room probably agrees that we're too darn polarized right now. There's too much division in our society. We saw the effect of how division can lead to violence just yesterday in Utah. We saw it at the governor's residence earlier this year, just after we concluded our Passover Seder. Violence and division is making it harder for us to make progress in this country. And the way we make progress is by building partnerships. Sometimes we build partnerships across the political aisle, as Senator McCormick and I tried to do at that forum at CMU. And sometimes we build it by working with different companies. Think about this. You've got 3 entities up here. One that's been around for 125 years, one that's been around for 150 years, one that's been around for over a century. Some of you here are part of startups that have been around for less than a year. You've got these 3 companies here that have, and university that have been here for more than a century who are focused on the future of this great region, this great Commonwealth, and this great country. And the way they conduct themselves and the things that they do are going to help those of you who are just a few months into your big new idea. They're going to be the foundation for many of you to do that. And you're going to create a partnership with them. For us to make progress in this country, we need partnerships between the private sector and the public sector, between Republicans and Democrats. And I believe now more than ever, we each have a responsibility to do that work. I can't see many of you because of lights, but I think I see the incoming mayor here, Corey O'Connor, and I know there's some other elected officials who are here. Every elected official needs to be committed to doing this work across party lines, public sector and private sector, and when we do that, Pennsylvania will continue to be on the rise, and bright days are ahead for all of us.
Thank you. Governor, I know that we're all grateful for your service and also Senator McCormick's service to our nation. Let's pivot back to jobs. A few months ago, I had the pleasure of hosting you on campus, and specifically about workforce development, where you talked about a pilot, which was a 12-month pilot that the state ran, bringing essentially AI into the Commonwealth's workforce. And you were the first governor to come up with the idea, and you ran the pilot, and you gave us a preliminary sort of a set of results on what happened after a few months. I'm just curious, where are we at with this project? How has it turned out?
I'm really excited about this. Rob and I were talking about it before we came out here because he's doing similar work with AI in a private sector setting, in a public sector setting, it's really challenging, right? To think about how do we use these tools to enhance the body of work that the 80,000 people who work with me on behalf of all of you do every single day. 80,000 people work for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And we went to about 175 of them, and we said, we want to put these AI tools in your hands so you can be more efficient. You can be more effective for the good people of Pennsylvania, the people that you serve. These are people who work in our park service and people who work to do our human services and so many folks in between. They were a little nervous at first until I said to them, I view AI not as a job replacer, but a job enhancer. I won't steal Robin's thunder, but he's got a much more articulate way in his Pittsburgh accent of explaining how he does it. I'll leave that to you to explain. But here's what's happened a year later, and we came back to CMU to announce the findings of our work. The 175 employees who have these AI tools in their hand save 95 minutes a day. 95 minutes a day. And for many of them, when you talk to them anecdotally, what they'll say is, it's actually allowed me to get back to why I got into public service in the first place. The kind of routine, monotonous stuff AI is helping us with. And now we get to be creative again. We get to spend more time on the phone with the people of Pennsylvania who need help. We can streamline our processes and make things work more effectively. One of the things I wanted to announce today is that we are now prepared to take that pilot for 175 employees out of 80,000 in Pennsylvania and expand it out to all qualified employees in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We think this is a game changer. And we've done this, you should know, in partnership with the unions that make up a significant amount of our workforce in the Commonwealth. They've been our partners in this. I think folks shouldn't fear AI. I think what folks should do is see the way these tools can help them in their daily lives and help them, in our case, deliver for the people of Pennsylvania. Whether they're trying to reserve a spot to camp in one of our state parks, or whether they're trying to get their child with autism the supports and services that they need. We can do big things with these tools, and we are showing how to deploy them in a responsible way. The last thing I want to say is a big reason why we both announced this initiative at CMU and came back to announce the results about a year later, is because CMU has been very helpful to us as we've set up the kind of ethical guardrails around how we use AI. The big brains at CMU have been incredibly helpful to us as we've done this work. So, Pharma, I want to thank you, and I especially want to thank your faculty and students for being a big part of our work in that space. We appreciate you.
Well, thank you. It's been a pleasure working with you and your team, of course. I'm just curious, have other states reached out to you to learn from your experience and see what they can replicate?
They have. A number of governors have reached out to say, how'd you do that? How'd you work with your unions? How'd you make sure employees felt sort of comfortable with this? How'd you decide which technology to use? I mean, I got a great team. Harrison's done an amazing job. Annie Newman, who deals with all of our digital engagement, has done an amazing job. And I've deployed them and other members of our team to get out with the other states and help those states along in their development of AI usage.
Terrific. Robin, I want to follow up with a question to you along the same lines. Actually, Gardner almost set it up for me. Financial industry is heavily regulated, of course, but at the same time, BNY has emerged as an early adopter and a leader in AI innovation. In fact, you and I were just talking about this, that you have rolled out this AI enterprise platform called ELIZA that puts AI tools in the hands of every employee at BNY. So talk a little bit about how were you able to roll this out across the employee base, but also how did you overcome some of the cultural issues, some of the barriers in terms of bringing brand new technologies to support the employees and your customers, of course?
Yeah, well, thank you, Farnham. And I think very much along the lines of what the governor was saying earlier, we have just made this determination that we need to have AI for everyone available for every single employee in the company. We have 50,000 people. 98% of them have done the prerequisite training to get onto the platform, Eliza, which, by the way, was named after Alexander Hamilton's wife. Alexander Hamilton founded our company. And Eliza is a platform. We have partnerships with some of the AI providers, including OpenAI, but we use all of the large language models. That makes Eliza smart. And that's the backbone within which our people can then build agents. And so we're not just trying to use off-the-shelf AI technology. We're trying to equip our people to say, hey, you have a process that you do, you have an idea, you think you can make it better, use Eliza and the tools that we have to actually be your superhuman power to actually help you to go better, quicker, gain the productivity, as the governor was saying, and to be able to improve the quality of what you do, serve customers better, and help us to be more effective as a company. We think of AI as generating capacity for us. It isn't about eliminating jobs. It's about how can we be a bigger, faster, more vibrant company doing more things for clients, but not have to be a much bigger geographic sprawl with a lot more people. How can we make our people much more effective in what they do? And we've got this concept. One of our team members, Rachel, who was just up here before, Rachel Lewis, she was here on stage in the prior session talking about our digital employees. Those are digital teammates working with our human employees, doing the things that, quite frankly, they don't want to do. If you're an engineer, code vulnerability management is not something you love doing. It's the least fun thing. You'd rather be building new tools, new cool things to deliver to customers. But code vulnerability management in our world is a super important thing to do. So guess what? We hired digital employees to do that. They live in Eliza. They are very productive. They work 24 hours a day. Rachel manages the digital employees, makes sure that they're doing what they're meant to be doing, quality control, training, all of that. But the fact that we've done it in that way means that I get to talk to all of our people, which was your question, Farnham, and talk about the fact that our culture is to make everyone AI ready. I want everyone in the company to come along on that journey, to have the skills, whether it's with us or with someone else, to be AI ready. The way to get left behind in the next 10 years is not to care about AI. But if you invest, if you train your people, if you help them to be successful, you can be more vibrant as a company. That's our thesis. And ultimately, we think that will help us to win. It'll help companies win. It'll help states and commonwealths to win. It'll help countries to win too.
Robin, I want to follow up with the impact of AI and what you're bringing essentially to your employees and the impact of it on your customers. Can you talk about, have you seen significant results? How are you measuring it? How do you see that panning out over the, say, next 5 years?
So the answer is absolutely. It provides benefits in a variety of different ways. So number one, we have this amazing collection of businesses. We have 12 businesses. We're market leading in many. We're the world's largest or number one in collateral management and custody and corporate trustee. We make $3 trillion of payments a day. We settle $25 trillion of US treasuries in a day. We have these huge scale things that we do. But if you're a customer of ours and you're doing a lot of those things, knitting that story back together so you can see a single view of what you've done in a day. If you did 10,000 transactions with us, what's the status of all of those? How's one interacting with another? That is not how technology and companies were built. And so cobbling the picture together is a superhuman task for people, and it's tough to do. AI has a superpower around being able to see across the surface of activity, distill the essence, and present the conclusion. Customers love the ability to see things like that. So we're investing to be able to have that concept so we can represent the company more easily to customers, so that we can show an easy panel, a GUI, a dashboard that allows them to see everything they're doing with us. It also allows our employees to see What is it that, where are we with a particular customer? They don't have to say, I'll call you back tomorrow after I've called 17 people and researched something. They can ask Eliza, what's the status of this? And so we can make our people be smarter, more responsive, and more helpful. The next generation isn't just about providing those efficiencies and capabilities, but how do the actual product offerings get better? How are we able to make a solution that can do something different because it's AI powered? And then next, we're one of the world's largest banks, but we want to help customers who don't have the scale to invest in everything in AI. We have credit models, we have capabilities, and so we can actually deliver AI as a platform, as a service to our customers as well. People who can't afford to invest the amount of money we invest in building AI can use the AI. We're not competing with large language models, but we are competing in terms of specialized training of things that then allow customers. That gives a leg up to the smaller institution. Imagine you're a $100 million bank here in the Commonwealth. How are you going to afford to be able to invest in credit models that are going to be able to do what you need to do to make smart decisions? It's hard. So you can come to a company like us and we'll help you to do it. We're not in the retail business. We're very happy to help smaller banks. In fact, we've just announced a large investment into community banks just a couple of weeks ago as part of our commitment to trying to help them to level up on things like this.
Dan, let me pivot now back to the energy sector. I mean, needless to say, generative AI is transforming every sector of our economy, financial, healthcare, education, certainly. And energy and manufacturing are no exception. And Westinghouse is now at the nexus of this transformation. In fact, during the summit, you announced a partnership with Google Cloud, and I want you to talk a little bit about that partnership. But I'm going to lead the witness by saying that essentially, you are leading the renaissance of nuclear energy industry and also rejuvenating American manufacturing at scale along the way. So would you talk about that partnership and also talk about how Westinghouse is weaving AI into the design, manufacturing, and operations of your corporation?
Absolutely. At Westinghouse, we like to say we are deploying nuclear energy to power AI, and we're using AI to power nuclear. And that's really important. And I'll brag a bit on our partnership with Google because we're really excited about it. We're essentially partnering with Google to leverage their advanced AI tools and capabilities in combination with our over 75 years of nuclear operating data to create an AI engine that's going to help us think differently about how we deploy new nuclear and in particular construct new nuclear here in the United States and around the world. And if you think about it, we were at this problem set where we were looking at all the data we have. No one has industrialized and built more nuclear reactors anywhere in the world than Westinghouse. And as you all know very well, AI requires a significant amount of data. And the partnership with Google allows us to bring all of that together in very, very innovative ways. And to give you a real-life example, the last nuclear reactors that were built here in the United States, including the ones that came online just a few years ago, all still use paper-driven work packages for construction. And so work crews, the trades, they'll come in the morning, they'll be handed a stack of work instructions printed on paper, and they'll go out to their work front, they'll attempt to do their work, and if there's any issues experienced, if they get out there and the overnight crew put in more pipe than was planned, they have to stop what they're doing, because this is nuclear construction. So they have to stop what they're doing, go back to the trailer, get new drawings. Sometimes that might take a day or two to get revised drawings, and then they get back out to the site. And the feedback that we get from many of you that if we're going to use nuclear to power AI, we have to be able to construct these reactors faster, bring the power online faster, and we need cost certainty when we do so. So how technology is enabling that? Our AP1000 reactor essentially now has a fully digitized twin. That when you take every piece of the reactor that is now digitized, you combine it with all of the 75 years of operating data that we have, we now have tools that are being built that are going to change the way we actually execute construction on the ground. And so now the trades are going to be further enabled. Our workforce is going to be further enabled, first and foremost with digital tools, digital work packages. And when they get out to their work front, the planner will already have ran their scope of work through the AI engine. And that AI engine will have run thousands of iterations on what is the right sequence in which we should do this work today, with the amount of resources we have available, the availability of material, how much time we have, the available space, the size of the crew. And all of a sudden, that piping crew that's going out to lay pipe in a certain area of a nuclear reactor construction site is being fully armed with digital guidance on the sequence of steps to take to do it as efficiently as possible based on the current situation, facts, and circumstances on the ground that day. That is game-changing. All of a sudden, months and years start to come out of the schedule to develop new nuclear. All of a sudden, we're able to better meet the demands of the AI demand that's coming from many of you, and bringing about nuclear power with greater cost certainty and greater schedule certainty. And that's just starting to scratch the surface. And then when you translate that into the manufacturing base, every time that we're deploying a reactor, we're generating billions of dollars of economic impact back through the industrialized manufacturing base of the United States. A 10-unit fleet of nuclear reactors will drive over $75 billion of economic activity in the US, and over $6 billion right here in Pennsylvania, with many small and mid-sized manufacturing firms that are going to benefit, much like the banking industry, from our investment in technology and the use of AI tools to better enable what it is they're doing, to help them plan more effectively, and ultimately manufacture their goods in a more predictable and cost-effective way that helps us all successfully meet the demands of AI through nuclear.
Thank you for that response, Dan. Governor, over a year ago, you launched your 10-year economic development plan, of course, with the help of Secretary Siger and others at your administration. How are things going? Question number one. And just over the last couple of years, as we've seen the pace of advances enabled by AI, has that impacted your economic development plan in any meaningful way?
For about 20 years, prior to my election as your governor, we did not have a formal economic development strategy. And to me, if you don't know where you've been and you don't have a plan for the future, it is very, very hard to then effectively spend tax dollars, chase the kind of businesses, companies, investments that we want here in the Commonwealth. We needed a concrete plan. And with the leadership of Secretary Siger, leads the Department of Community and Economic Development. By the way, Farnham has mentioned him a few times because he was his chief of staff prior to serving as my DCD secretary. So he has great CMU roots. We are now focused in our economic development strategy on 5 key areas, including robotics and technology, including AI. Energy is another one of those 5 pillars because we think those fit together in a way that's going to create great economic opportunity. In addition, this strategy focuses not just on our urban settings or our downtowns, but through our farmlands and through our suburban office parks. Each part of Pennsylvania is now part of the future success of Pennsylvania. To have that focus has allowed us to then go and chase these opportunities, to land the largest private sector investment in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. To be able to work with wonderful companies out here, Duolingo comes to mind as just one example, and see a company that was already here and help them expand. To be able to connect our farmers to our life sciences industry, another key part of our economic development strategy. By the way, the #1 purchaser of eggs in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania isn't a grocery store, isn't a company that's involved in food distribution. It's actually one of our life sciences companies that's here. It is all linked together. And so now we're able to help businesses that are here grow, land new opportunities, and we've moved up on all of the different metrics, all of the different lists, going from the bottom of the pack toward the top of the pack by many different measures, from the CNBCs of the world to Wallet Hubs and others. Pennsylvania is finally moving up on the map. We also now have real tools available to us. Many companies will come here and say, we'd love to be here, but we need a pad-ready site and we need to get going. The day I took office as your governor, we had not a single site that was ready for me to show to a CEO from another state here in this Commonwealth. We then were able to create bipartisan consensus and create a new $500 million, $500 million fund just for site development. That's been a huge priority for over 10 years. We got that done here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I want to thank the lawmakers who are here who voted for that and put it in place. The other thing we understand, and I know these CEOs will affirm this, what CEOs need from government is speed, and what they need is clarity. Pennsylvania used to be bottom 5 in the country when it came to speed and clarity. Our permitting times were awful. Folks who applied for a permit had no idea if they were going to get it or when they were going to get it. We went from being bottom 5 in the country to top 5. We are now a national model. I actually chair one of these National Governor Association committees just on permitting. We now have in place speed and predictability for companies to be able to get their permits. And by the way, we guarantee that speed with a money-back guarantee. If we tell you you're going to get your permit in 30 days and we hit day 31, we'll give you your money back. Now, none of these CEOs actually want their money back for their permit. They just want their permit. But it allows us to hold our bureaucracy accountable. And in a year and a half of having this money-back guarantee in place, we've only had to issue 5 refunds, and we've processed hundreds of thousands of permits. So we now have sites that are ready, we have speed, we've got a focus on some key sectors, we've got real dollars that we're investing, and we've got tremendous talent led by Secretary Siger doing this work. We're landing deals, we're moving up on the list, and I think Pennsylvania is clearly on the rise.
Governor, we mentioned Rick a couple of times, Secretary Siger a couple of times, but I also do want to acknowledge Ben Kirshner, who is your Chief Transformation and Opportunity Officer, because that's a position actually you created for the first time. Do you want to say a couple of words about it?
Yeah,
and then I'll wrap up. Go ahead.
Real quick, if you want to locate your business here in Pennsylvania, it used to be super confusing. You didn't know what agency to go to. If you were building a big plant, maybe you needed PennDOT's help, maybe you needed a permit from the Department of Agriculture, maybe you needed a tax credit from Secretary Siger, and there was no one to actually stitch all that together. And so oftentimes a company would have to hire a bunch of lawyers and lobbyists, nothing against the lawyers who are here in this room or others, but it shouldn't be that hard. And so we created a new Office of Transformation and Opportunity in our state government, which is your one-stop shop to show up, get all the answers to your questions. You will have a concierge service walking you through the process and making sure that you have what you need to get your company up and running. And it's not just the stuff internal to our state government, the permits, the tax credits, and things like that. So many of your visions are based on having the power you need at the facility where you want to be. And so we work closely with Kevin over at Duquesne Light and others to make sure that the utilities are part of this process. We work closely with Farnham and Neely and other college presidents to make sure that the universities and their research are engaged in your work. We connect you with the community colleges and the high schools to make sure that you've got young people available to work for you with the training you need. We connect you with the building trades and the incredible skills they have to build your facility. We are now a connector for the private sector through the Office of Transformation and Opportunity, your one-stop shop, your concierge service to help us grow our economy here in Pennsylvania. And it allows us to build on the great traditions of a BNY or a Westinghouse, and utilizing their support and their help, we can help attract other companies to come here and follow in their footsteps. So I think we are clicking on all cylinders right now, and it is in part because of the great work my team is doing in government, and it is in part because of the wonderful partnerships we've been able to build in academia and the private sector and many others here who I know have supported the growth. I'm a pro-growth governor, and we are growing here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Governor. Well, this is a perfect transition, actually, for a question for Dan and Robin. I think we all agree that deeper collaboration among the public and the private sector, including universities, is really important. But since our governor is sitting here, how should we be thinking about public-private partnerships? But more importantly, what does industry need from the government?
Great question. It's absolutely necessary. I mean, what we're talking about here are big, bold, audacious goals. And it requires the tools out of everyone's toolkit, including at the federal and the state and here in the Commonwealth, the toolkit that the governor and his team has available to deploy. And I think an example that I would point to actually is right here at home in Pennsylvania, just over a year ago, sitting at this exact same intersection of energy, nuclear, AI, data center, and it was the big audacious plan to restart 3 Mile Island. That was a watershed moment for us as an industry, as a nuclear industry worldwide. We heard from customers all over the world that the day that that got announced, that changed the whole trajectory of our industry. But that took leadership. That took the leaders at Constellation Energy under Joe Dominguez to have the courage and the capital and the vision to see that as an asset, not as a liability, and think boldly about what they could do at what is now called the Crane Clean Energy Center. It required strategic collaboration with the governor and his team around what Pennsylvania and the team at the Commonwealth could do to help to unlock the potential of that asset. And it took a really strategic partnership between them and Microsoft on a very creative commercial structure that helped to price the power in a way that made the whole equation work. And what's amazing is 3 Mile Island will produce power again, just in a few short years, and it'll power data centers. Nuclear for AI, AI for nuclear, strong collaboration between industry and government, and it couldn't have been done by any one of those firms individually. It required everyone partnering together to figure out how do you solve really hard problems and achieve really audacious big goals. And it's going to require tools out of everyone's toolkit to be able to do that.
Thank you, Robin.
I very much agree with the pulling together thesis. And the governor mentioned it earlier on, Dan just mentioned it right now, that at the end of the day, we want to be on the same side. What do we want? We want growth and prosperity. If we can create growth, it allows for prosperity, and that prosperity has to be broadly shared. We have to have everybody participating in that, and a good, responsible company that thinks about the world in that way can generate profit for its shareholders, it can serve its clients, it can do a good job for its employees, and it can be a good citizen of the community. And if government and the private sector both have those objectives together, we have to bear in mind the objectives of the public sector, and the public sector rooting also for success of the private sector. We can win together, and then we can win for everybody. And that shared objective is a very, very powerful thing. And I think at its very heart, that's what public-private together means.
Well, thank you. Folks, I should disclose to you that the timer in front of me went to 0 a while back. And we haven't heard anybody play music to get us off the stage. But I think you agree that we're just scratching the surface. We spent the last hour or so exploring what we're already doing, what kind of things we should do better, but probably most importantly, how can we work together to ensure that the benefits of AI are broadly shared and enduring. With that, I want to give our governor the last word. Governor?
Listen, I want to thank Farnham for hosting this wonderful conversation. And I must say to Robin and Dan, thank you for your visionary leadership and your commitment to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You are great examples to the companies that are here that are just getting started of what can be. And as I said earlier, we're all in this together. I think the future is not just bright for Pennsylvania, the future is bright for our nation because of Pennsylvania. And I think AI and all of the different components thereof, the people who generate the power to service the data centers, that spin off the technology, that allow these established companies and those of you who are just starting up the ability to go out and create opportunity, to create wealth, to create jobs, and promote good things in our society. We are all linked together in this work. I couldn't be more proud to serve as your governor at this pivotal moment. I think we will look back 50 years from now at the decisions that are being made right now in the private sector and in the public sector when it comes to AI, And the decisions we make right now will define the next moment, the next chapter in our American story of prosperity and opportunity. The decisions we make now matter. And the fact that you are all in this room here, doing this work, thinking about these issues, contemplating the ethics around these decisions, thinking about how to deploy these tools in responsible ways in the private sector and in the public sector. The decisions we make now in this room, at that university and elsewhere, will define the next chapter in our American story. That is exciting to me. It should be exciting to all of you, and it's happening right here in Pittsburgh. So thank you to the AI Horizons team. Joanna, thank you again. And by the way, to your great intern, my son Jonah, thank you for the amazing work you do, and I appreciate all of you. Have a great day.
Once again, thank you for being here. Would you please join me once again thanking our fabulous panelists.
AI Horizons guests, this concludes our program for today. Please make your way to the AI Deployment Exhibit Hall for a cocktail reception.